Chapter 866. With Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue escorting them, they did not encounter any accidents along the way. Soon, they arrived at the place where the starry crescent land was connected to the extraterritorial starland. It was located in a valley among the mountains, and there was a space crack. Yixing, Wei Qingxian, Emperor Vast Sky, and Emperor Feng Yang passed through the space crack and entered the extraterritorial starland. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue gave it a try. Just as the news said, they were blocked by the rules of heaven and earth. In the extraterritorial starland, Yixing and the other three appeared in the sky above a mountain range. They were surrounded by endless mountains. The four landed on the mountain range and looked around. Yixing and Wei Qingxian even used their eye techniques to look into the distance to check out the environment. Yixing looked into the distance until the end of the world. He roughly estimated that this was an extraterritorial starland with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. In addition, Yixing's expression was slightly surprised when he saw that there were a lot of natives living on this starland. These aborigines had the same facial features and limbs as normal humans. However, their height and physique were much higher than normal humans. An adult male was more than 3 meters tall and had terrifying muscles. Even the women were tall and strong. According to Yixing's estimation, the physical strength of these natives, regardless of whether they were male or female, would not be inferior to a Star Sea Realm king. More than 50% of the extraterritorial starland was ocean. Of the other 50%, 30% were mountains. The aborigines only took up 20% of the extraterritorial starland. Even so, the number of aborigines was astronomical. These aborigines lived in tribes. The smaller tribes only had a few hundred people, while the larger tribes had millions. There were more than 10,000 tribes of various sizes, and more than a dozen tribes with millions of people. In fact, in the most central region of the star continent, there lived the largest tribe with tens of millions of people. It could no longer be called a tribe, but a huge country. The tall indigenous people had built a huge city with a radius of thousands of miles. In this city, Yixing found a star-catcher cloud fruit tree with dozens of star-catcher cloud fruits growing on the tree. Since he had come to the extraterritorial star continent for the star-catcher cloud fruit, Yixing had naturally made preparations. He had read through all the information regarding the star-catcher cloud fruit. Yixing sucked in a breath of cold air. In this city, about 70% of the people were adults, and all of them had the strength of a king. This meant that there were 30 to 40 million kings. Even if all the kings of the starry crescent land were to be added together, there would not be more than 100,000 of them. Yet, a tribe in a small extraterrestrial starland had 30 to 40 million natives who were as powerful as kings. Yixing saw many natives who were as powerful as high-level kings kneeling and praying to the star-catcher cloud fruit tree. It was obvious that the natives valued the star-catcher cloud fruit tree greatly. Moreover, the location of the star-catcher cloud fruit tree was surrounded by high walls. On top of the high walls, there were hundreds of natives standing guard at all times. Yixing was surprised. He carefully searched the huge city with tens of millions of natives and found a team of human kings. It was a team of 5, and all 5 of them were 9-star great emperors. Yixing recognized 4 of them. They were the Palace Master of the Star Elephant Palace, the Great Emperor of the Demon Ceiling Valley, the 9-Candle Great Emperor of the Dark Moon Palace, and the Golden Rock Great Emperor of the Golden Lion Sect. There was another Great Emperor that Yixing had seen outside the Star Elephant Palace, but he did not know which sect the Great Emperor belonged to. The 5 Great Emperors were hiding in the woods outside the city. Their auras were concealed and merged with the surroundings silently. Even if someone was nearby, they would not be discovered. However, under Yixing's void-penetrating god eyes, their disguise was not effective at all. Yixing easily saw through them with a glance. The vast heaven martial monarch asked when he saw Yixing's surprise, "Yixing, what did you find?" Yixing's void-penetrating god eyes were still looking into the distance. He smiled and said, "I saw some familiar faces. Xing Wanxiang, Feng Zhu, Xian Zhuzhu, Golden Rock, and a 9-star Great Emperor whose name I don't know. There are 5 of them in total. They are hiding outside the city with the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit Tree. I'm not sure if their target is the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit Tree in the city, or me. The vast heaven martial monarch was astounded and said, "The patriarchs of the 4 sects are all here. I'm afraid it's not as simple as the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit. I think their real target is you." The Wind's Sun martial monarch said, "That old man Feng Ju is here too. He's not easy to deal with. He's the strongest expert below the quasi-god realm. I'm afraid I can only fight against him with my godly weapon. If he were to bring his godly weapon, his strength would be on par with a quasi-god's. He won't be easy to deal with." The vast heaven martial monarch nodded. He was obviously intimidated by martial monarch Feng Ju. Yixing grinned and said, "Don't worry, their ambush won't escape my eyes. They think they are hiding in the dark, but I'm actually hiding in the dark while they are out in the open. There's no way they can trick me." Saying this, Yixing continued to look into the distance and said, "I'll check this place first and see if there's anything else." The gaze of the void-breaking god I traveled through the void, looking at land after land. When he saw the end of one direction, Yixing changed direction. With a radius of several 100,000 miles, it could be considered extremely vast. However, Yixing only used his eyes to roughly scan the area. How fast was his speed? In just a quarter of an hour, he had already seen more than half of this star land. When the gaze of the void-breaking god I suddenly traveled through a large sea of fire, Yixing's face lit up with joy. It was the otherworldly flame. This sea of fire stretched for tens of thousands of miles and reached the edge of the Star Catcher Cloud continent. However, the sea of fire didn't stop there. Instead, it extended beyond the Star Catcher Cloud continent and turned into a long river of fire that scattered into the starry sky. It went to a place where Yixing couldn't see. Yixing saw an extremely terrifying flame energy in this sea of fire. It was even stronger than the flame torrent that Yixing had encountered in the starry sky. The otherworldly flame there must have reached the divine level. The area within 10,000 miles of this sea of fire was barren, without a single blade of grass. There were no indigenous people living within 10,000 miles of this sea of fire. Presumably, for the indigenous people of this star continent, this was simply a forbidden area. However, Yixing's joy grew as he looked at this terrifying sea of fire. He said, "I have a way to deal with them." The eyes of the vast Sky Emperor and the Wind Sun Emperor lit up. They asked at the same time, "What is it?" Yixing smiled and said, "My azure cloud wings can devour other types of azure metal to increase its grade. I have divine azure metal materials that can upgrade the azure cloud wings to a divine weapon. However, I don't have any divine azure metal flames on me. I found a large sea of fire at the edge of the Star Catcher Cloud continent. The flames there can increase the grade of my Starfire seed. When my Starfire seed evolves and refines the divine azure metal, my azure cloud wings will reach the divine level. Then, my speed will reach the quasi-god level, even faster than the average quasi-god. With the speed of a quasi-god, they will be in trouble." Chapter 867. Yixing and the other 3 did not go to the big city in the center of the star continent. Instead, they went to the Sea of Fire at the edge of the star continent. When they were 1,000 miles away from the Sea of Fire, the 4 of them felt extremely hot, as if their bodies were about to be incinerated. Yixing asked the other 3 to stop and said, "Qingxian, you guys wait outside. I will go and absorb the fire essence. It won't take long." Wei Qingxian nodded and said, "Be careful." Yixing smiled and activated the Starfire seed. The heat was immediately reduced and he continued to move closer to the Sea of Fire. Supreme-grade Imperial Body. With an immortal body, Yixing's physical resistance to fire was stronger than the 2 9-star Great Emperors, Vast Heaven Great Emperor and Wind Sun Great Emperor. In addition to the Star Fire seed and the defense of the Tao of Fire, Yixing stopped when he was about 100 miles away from the edge of the Sea of Fire. Although he was not in the sea of fire, the temperature was already very hot and the fire essence was not low. Swoosh! Yixing immediately used the black hole astrological form and turned into a huge black hole vortex. It spun rapidly and devoured the fire essence around him. At the same time, Yixing also activated the star fire seed and the star fire seed also absorbed the fire essence. A huge amount of fire essence gathered in Yixing's body and even strengthened the vermilion bird astrological form. Yixing's understanding of the great Tao of fire also increased rapidly in the process of devouring the fire essence. Countless fire yuan qi shrouded Yixing and Yixing almost turned into a man of fire. His resistance to fire became stronger and stronger. He continued to move forward and gradually walked into the sea of fire. In the end, Yixing walked 100 miles away from the sea of fire. When his resistance to fire reached a certain level, he directly entered the sea of fire. The fire essence in the sea of fire, whether it was the concentration or the quality, was much higher than outside the sea of fire. Yixing was like a whale sucking in water, madly devouring the fire essence. So the great Tao of fire has such a profound mystery. Good, this is really good. As Yixing devoured more and more fire essence, his comprehension of the grand Tao of fire became more and more profound. He gained many new insights and was overjoyed. The fire energy in this sea of fire was too surging. Yixing had been absorbing it for over 2 hours, but the surrounding fire energy was still endless. However, the star fire seed in his dantian had undergone a qualitative change. It had suddenly risen to a new level. The astral flame seed was white with a tinge of gray and contained a terrifying amount of energy. Even Yixing was shocked. If this astral flame seed struck a quasi-god, their divine body would be greatly damaged and their life force would be greatly damaged. After being burned for a long time, even an immortal would die. Clearly, the star fire seed's grade had been raised to the divine grade. Now that the quality of the astral flame seed had increased, Yixing's resistance to fire had also increased. Flames that could burn a quasi-god were nothing to Yixing now. Moreover, not only had the quality of Yixing's star fire seed increased, but the power of his vermilion bird aspect had also increased. It was now closer to the center of his forehead. Most importantly, Yixing's comprehension of the true meaning of fire had increased by leaps and bounds. It was just that he hadn't had enough time to completely digest it. If he had enough time to fully comprehend what he had learned today, Yixing's true meaning of fire might have a qualitative breakthrough. This sea of fire was simply a treasure trove for Yixing. Even if this starland didn't have the star-catcher cloud fruit, Yixing had still obtained a great harvest. After the quality of the star fire seed had increased, its power had stopped increasing. The vermilion bird aspect had also been strengthened to the limit. The vermilion bird on his aspect had become even more obvious. Yixing had also comprehended the true meaning of fire to a critical point. What he needed was time to digest it. Although the fire energy in this sea of fire was still surging, it was no longer of any use to Yixing. Yixing left the sea of fire. Looking at the smile on Yixing's face, Wei Qingxian and the other two knew that Yixing had gained a lot. Did you succeed? Wei Qingxian asked when Yixing walked in front of her. I succeeded. Yixing smiled slightly. His expression was full of joy as he said, next, it's time to upgrade the azure cloud wings to a divine artifact. In the heavenly Bao continent, Yixing had obtained dozens of divine artifacts. Among them, 80% were low-grade divine artifacts. Some were weapons, some were defensive equipment, some were elixirs, some were materials, some were ancient books on formations, and some were secret manuals on cultivation techniques and martial arts. Among them, there was a divine green gold material. Yixing took it out. Yixing raised his hand and the azure cloud wings appeared in his palm. The star fire stirred, and the divine green gold was quickly melted and refined into the azure cloud wings. Not long after, the azure cloud wings produced a surge of aura. There was no wind in the surroundings, and the clouds surged in the sky. There were even strange flashes of light. A natural phenomenon, the birth of a divine artifact. The quality of the azure cloud wings had a huge leap. It had been upgraded from a top-grade Xian artifact to a low-grade divine artifact. Flying treasures were the most precious and rare. A low-grade flying divine artifact's value was no less than a middle-grade divine artifact. Even if a king had a low-grade flying divine artifact, his speed would be comparable to a quasi-god. If a quasi-god had a low-grade flying divine artifact, his speed would be much faster than a quasi-god of the same level. Being a little faster wasn't a big advantage. However, when one's speed reached a certain level and far surpassed the enemy's, it could be fatal. Yixing kept the azure cloud wings in his palm and they grew out from his back. They were about 1 zhang wide and weren't very big. However, the aura they exuded and the perfect lines of the wings were like flowing water. With a single glance, one could tell that the wings were terrifyingly fast. Emperor Vast Sky said excitedly, "Quickly try it and see how fast it can reach." Yixing nodded and disappeared with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of miles away. Yixing estimated the distance. In one breath, he had flown more than 600 miles, almost 700 miles. A quasi-god of the first nirvana could generally fly about 600 miles in one breath. Therefore, Yixing's azure cloud wings was a little faster than most first nirvana quasi-gods. It was indeed a low-grade flying divine artifact. Other 5-star kings wouldn't be able to use it even if they had a low-grade flying divine artifact. There were 2 reasons why Yixing could use the god-grade azure cloud wings. First, Yixing had refined the azure cloud wings when it was a supreme-grade spirit artifact. He had been nourishing it with his aura and bloodline. It had long become one with Yixing. Therefore, Yixing could surpass levels. Second, Yixing's astral energy was much stronger than that of a 5-star king. Even a 7-star king would pale in comparison to Yixing. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Yixing could casually use the god-grade azure cloud wings. Yixing's figure flashed and he returned to Wei Qingxuan's group. He smiled and said, "Now, it's time to give them a big gift." Chapter 869. The 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 4 did not expect Yixing to suddenly shoot an arrow at them. The black flame arrow shuttled through the night sky and merged with the darkness. It was difficult to see it with one's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled hundreds of miles and arrived in front of the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 4. This arrow was not aimed at any one of them. The power it contained was not strong in penetrating, but it was extremely explosive. As soon as it arrived in front of the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 4, the power in the arrow exploded violently. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion. Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation and the power of the arrow was no less than a 9-star Great Emperor's full power attack. Although none of the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 4 were directly hit by the black flame arrow, the terrifying explosive power was not to be underestimated. They quickly blocked the power of the explosion and revealed themselves from their hiding places. Yixing, on the other hand, was flapping the azure cloud wings with all his strength. His speed suddenly increased and he traveled 600 miles in a breath. In the blink of an eye, he had flown past the 5 great emperors. The indigenous people who were chasing Yixing from behind were stunned. Yixing could travel 600 miles in one breath. This speed was more than twice as fast as the fastest indigenous people. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had already widened the distance between them by several hundred miles. Yixing had achieved his goal. As long as he left, the indigenous people would not be able to catch up with him. They would definitely find trouble with the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the others. Therefore, Yixing did not reduce his speed. He flew more than 1,000 miles in 2 blinks of an eye. Damn it, we've been tricked by this kid. The 5 great emperors blocked the power of the arrow's explosion and appeared in the calm void a few dozen miles away. Looking at Yixing's rapidly disappearing figure, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor roared angrily. Such a fast speed. He must have traveled 600 miles in a breath. This is a speed that only quasi-gods can achieve. The flying treasure behind Yixing must be a divine weapon. The 9 Candles Great Emperor looked at Yixing's figure in the distance and was stunned. Flying divine artifact. The Golden Rock Emperor sounded surprised. The divine artifacts themselves were extremely precious treasures. Each of the 7 sects in the Starry Crescent land only had a few divine artifacts. Some had 3 or 4, and some had only 1 or 2. At the very least, flying artifacts were even rarer. In the entire Starry Crescent land, only the Demon Sealing Valley had one. It was the treasure of the Demon Sealing Valley. At this moment, the indigenous people who had chased after Yixing were getting further and further away from him. They could only watch from afar and had nowhere to vent their anger. Their gazes immediately shifted to the 5 great emperors who were not far away. This caused the 5 great emperors to frown. These natives were not ordinary. Since they were able to chase out of the city the fastest, they were definitely the strongest group in the city. The weakest among them was probably a 7-star king, while the strongest was comparable to a 9-star great emperor. There were so many aborigines. Even if they all carried divine weapons, they did not dare to underestimate them. The 5 great emperors took out their divine artifacts at the same time. The only difference was that while the other 4 great emperors had taken out their divine artifacts, Great Emperor Fengju took out a pair of black wings. Great Emperor Wanxiang exclaimed, "The heavenly demon divine wings is the treasure of the Demon Sealing Valley. Brother Fengju, you have brought it with you?" Great Emperor Fengju chuckled and said, "There is only one chance. If we miss it, it will be hard to come by again. Naturally, we have to be prepared. Brother Wanxiang, you guys deal with these natives. I will go after Yixing." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon divine wings behind Great Emperor Fengju flapped and his figure turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into the distance. The heavenly demon divine wings was a low-grade flying divine artifact. Great Emperor Fengju's astral energy was much denser than Yixing's. Thus, when he used the low-grade flying divine artifact, his speed was even faster than Yixing's, reaching a speed of 700 miles in a breath. Great Emperor Fengju was the #1 king of the Starry Crescent land. He was invincible under the quasi-god realm. The density of his astral energy was also second to none among the 9-star great emperors. Thus, when he used the low-grade flying divine artifact, he was naturally faster than the average 9-star great emperor. In fact, he was even faster than a first Nirvana quasi-god. Great Emperor Wanxiang and the other 3 used their divine artifacts and quickly engaged in a fierce battle with the aborigines. Great Emperor Fengju's eyes locked onto Yixing's figure and chased after him with extreme speed. He would not stop until he killed Yixing. Yixing immediately realized that someone was chasing after him and was surprised. Looking back, he saw that it was Great Emperor Fengju who was using a low-grade flying divine artifact. Yixing suddenly realized that Great Emperor Fengju was also using a low-grade flying divine artifact. Moreover, Great Emperor Fengju's speed seemed to be even faster than his. In a breath's time, the distance between the two of them was only a few dozen miles. In less than a few dozen breaths, Great Emperor Fengju would be able to catch up. "You dare to chase after me alone?" As expected of the strongest king of the Starry Crescent land, he. Yixing smirked coldly. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I wonder how many of them can you take on alone? Time passed by one breath after another. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. When they were about 300 miles apart, Yixing waved his hand and the high-grade divine artifact, Starry Palace, appeared. Whoosh! 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 3 figures flew out from the Starry Palace. They were Wei Qingxian, Great Emperor Vast Heaven, and Great Emperor Fengyang. The Starry Palace was different from other divine artifacts. It had a space within. Yixing had entered the city in the middle of the Starry Crescent land to steal the Starry Cloud fruit. He had let Wei Qingxian, Great Emperor Vast Heaven, and Great Emperor Fengyang into the Starry Palace. After all, Yixing had comprehended the true intent of darkness. He could approach the Starry Cloud fruit tree silently in the dark. However, Wei Qingxian and the other two couldn't. Therefore, they could only hide. Now that great Emperor Fengju was chasing after them, Yixing naturally let the three of them come out to face him together. Wei Qingxian and the other two appeared and flew to Yixing's side. The four of them locked their gazes on Great Emperor Fengju. Great Emperor Vast Heaven and Great Emperor Feng Yang took out their divine artifacts. Great Emperor Fengju stopped dozens of li away from the four of them. He faced Yixing's group alone without any fear. Feng Quantian, Feng Yang, so the two of you came in as well. You even brought divine artifacts. Hee hee. Great Emperor Fengju laughed coldly. It seems like you're here to deliver a big gift to this emperor. Since you're here, then leave your lives here. As he spoke, Great Emperor Fengju raised his hands and a pair of black gloves appeared. The black gloves had a terrifying aura and were covered with twisted runes. It was also a divine artifact. The quasi-god Feng Hao of the Demon Sealing Valley had always been using this pair of gloves. Now, he was lending it to Great Emperor Fengju. It seemed like in order to kill Yixing in the extraterritorial Starry Continent, the other party had really put in a lot of effort. Great Emperor Fengju was the #1 king of the Starry Crescent land. He was invincible under the quasi-god realm. With a divine artifact, he could fight against a quasi-god realm 1 Nirvana. Now, Great Emperor Fengju had 2 divine artifacts. The gloves increased his attack power and the wings increased his speed. They were probably even more terrifying than a quasi-god realm 1 Nirvana. Chapter 870. He also has a pair of godly weapon gloves. He has 2 godly weapons, one that increases attack power and the other that increases speed. Vast Sky Emperor and Wind Sun Emperor exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions were ugly. Emperor Fengju was already difficult to deal with just 1 godly weapon, let alone 2. Vast Sky Emperor and Wind Sun Emperor were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Yixing also frowned slightly. The fact that Emperor Fengju dared to chase after them alone meant that he had terrifying strength to rely on. Ha ha ha. Emperor Fengju laughed as he glanced at Yixing's group with a smug expression. Are you afraid now? It's useless to be afraid. You'll die even if you're afraid. As he spoke, Emperor Fengju began to form hand seals. Hand seals were formed one after another. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of hand seals slammed toward Yixing and the others. Yixing's eyes narrowed. Be careful, it's the demon sealing god-destroying seal. Feng Hao had used the demon sealing god-destroying seal before, and Yixing had seen it clearly. Emperor Fengju's demon sealing god-destroying seal was slightly weaker than quasi-god Feng Hao's, but it was still extremely powerful. Sky Dragon Mountain Suppressing Sword Art. Sky Sweeping Gale Sword Art. Vast Sky Emperor and Wind Sun Emperor instantly used their godly weapons and low-grade godly weapons. Of the 2 godly weapons, one was heavy and powerful, while the other was as fast as a shooting star and extremely sharp. They slammed into the hand seals viciously. Following a deep explosion and a sharp cracking sound, the combined attacks of Martial Monarch Vast Sky and Martial Monarch Feng Yang were even stronger than Martial Monarch Fengju's attacks. Martial Monarch Fengju's hand seals were either shattered or sliced in half before vanishing into thin air. Kill! Vast Sky Emperor and Wind Sun Emperor yelled at the same time. Their godly weapons shone brightly as they shot toward Emperor Fengju with blinding speed. Hee hee. Emperor Fengju sneered coldly. He had a feeling of disdain towards the 2 divine weapons that were attacking him. Whoosh, the heavenly demonic god wings suddenly flapped and heavenly monarch Fengju's figure instantly disappeared, turning into a black afterimage. His speed was too fast. Even Martial Monarch Vast Heaven and Martial Monarch Wind Sun could not see Martial Monarch Fengju's figure clearly despite being 9-star Martial Monarchs. Yixing and Wei Qingxian both activated their God-tier eye techniques at the same time. They were able to see Heavenly Emperor Fengju's movements clearly. To the left. Yixing suddenly shouted. Emperor Fengju quickly changed his position with the help of the heavenly demon wings, causing Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Fengyang to lose their sense of direction. Then, he attacked from the left side of the two emperors, sending out two seals. The attack from before was only the demon sealing seal. Now, he was using the god-destroying seal. The demon sealing seal only sealed the enemy's attack, while the god-destroying seal killed the enemy's life. Their power was incomparable. If the god-destroying seal was strengthened by a god-tier weapon, Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Fengyang would be severely injured and might even lose their lives. The heavenly demon wings was much more useful than the god-tier weapon glove. Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Fengyang could deal with Emperor Fengju if they worked together. In fact, they might even be stronger. However, once Emperor Fengju used the speed of the heavenly demon wings, the two of them could not see Heavenly Emperor Fengju's figure clearly. At this moment, even if Heavenly Emperor Fengju did not have the god-tier weapon glove, he could still defeat the two of them with his speed. When Yixing shouted, Wei Qingxian and he attacked at the same time. One of them was an icy palm print that carried a chilling aura, while the other was a flaming bow shadow that carried a violent force. Bang! Bang! The icy palm print and the flaming bow shadow were instantly shattered into pieces. The spreading icy aura was also swept back in an instant. Yixing's strength was only at the level of a 9-star Great Emperor, and Wei Qingxian was only at the level of an 8-star Great Emperor. They were no match for Heavenly Emperor Fengju's attack. Although he broke their attacks from afar, the recoil was still strong. Yixing and Qingshuan's bodies shook violently as they staggered back and vomited blood. If it weren't for their supreme-grade imperial bodies, they would have been seriously injured by the recoil. What a terrifying power! Yixing thought. This gave him a direct understanding of the power of a quasi-god. The power of Heavenly Emperor Fengju's god-tier weapon glove was only comparable to an ordinary first nirvana quasi-god, but its power was still terrifying. Although Yixing and Wei Qingshuan's defense was destroyed in an instant, it wasn't in vain. It bought time for Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Fengyang. The two of them immediately used their god-tier weapons to break through Heavenly Emperor Fengju's attack, and continued to attack Heavenly Emperor Fengju. Hee. Heavenly Emperor Fengju's figure disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a sneer. A speed of 600 miles per breath was too fast for a 9-star Great Emperor. As soon as Heavenly Emperor Fengju moved, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Fengyang completely lost their ability to determine his position. Yixing's god eye of void piercing had been observing Heavenly Emperor Fengju's figure. At the same time, he used his third astrology. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot into the sky, turning into a huge black hole that hung high in the sky. The world of darkness instantly enveloped Heavenly Emperor Fengju. World of darkness? Heavenly Emperor Fengju was surprised. Then, a third eye opened on his forehead. The eyeball was filled with black runes. He chuckled, the world of darkness can't affect me. All of you must die. What? Yixing was surprised. The black hole astrology was his last resort. If the black hole astrology could affect Heavenly Emperor Fengju and cause him to fall into the world of darkness, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Fengyang still had a chance to turn the tables. However, Heavenly Emperor Fengju's eye technique could see through the darkness. The world of darkness of the black hole astrology couldn't affect Heavenly Emperor Fengju. With Heavenly Emperor Fengyang's speed, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Fengyang would definitely lose. In the face of such extreme speed, even with Yixing's warning, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Fengyang couldn't react in time. They could block it once, but they couldn't block it again and again. Therefore, Yixing didn't hesitate. He shouted, Qingxian, senior brothers, quickly enter the stellar palace. As he spoke, Yixing flew over with the stellar palace. Wei Qingxian, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky, and Heavenly Emperor Fengyang knew that they weren't Heavenly Emperor Fengju's match. They didn't resist and were instantly sucked into the stellar palace. With a wave of his hand, Yixing withdrew the stellar palace in a streak of light. Then, he pushed the azure cloud wings to the limit and turned into a streak of light that flew away. At this moment, Yixing was running for his life. His speed was extraordinary, reaching the speed of 700 miles in a breath. Hee, run. Do you think you can escape? Heavenly Emperor Fengju snorted. He turned into a streak of light and chased after Yixing. Chapter 871. In the night sky, two streaks of light, one in front and one behind, streaked across the void at extreme speed. In front was Yixing and behind him was Heavenly Emperor Fengju. Both of them were moving at a speed of 700 li per breath. Mountains, rivers, and earth receded rapidly in their vision. Even the void was pierced through by the two of them. It was almost no different from shuttling through the void. Originally, Heavenly Emperor Fengju's speed was slightly faster than Yixing's with the heavenly demonic divine wings. But at this moment, Heavenly Emperor Fengju was chasing while Yixing was running for his life. Naturally, the situation was different. Survival could greatly stimulate one's potential. Yixing was in such a state. His speed exceeded his usual limit and wasn't any slower than Heavenly Emperor Fengju. Under such extreme speed, not only did Yixing circulate his astral energy to the limit, but he also pushed the azure cloud wings to the limit. The true intent of wind that greatly increased speed was also pushed to the limit. The azure cloud wings was only a low-grade flying divine tool. Its range of speed increase was fixed. Once it reached the limit, it couldn't go any faster. If he wanted to go faster, he would have to work on the Grand Tao of Wind. While Yixing was flying at extreme speed, the true intent of wind was pushed to the limits. His comprehension of the Grand Tao of Wind was also far greater than usual. Not only that, under the stimulation of life and death, Yixing's perception had also greatly increased. His true intent of wind, which was originally hard to make any progress, actually had a breakthrough now. There were signs of him breaking through to a higher level. Behind him, Heavenly Emperor Fengju was very surprised that Yixing's speed could reach such a level. However, there was one thing that Heavenly Emperor Fengju was certain of. His cultivation was higher than Yixing's and his astral energy was denser. He would definitely be able to maintain his speed for a longer period of time than Yixing. Heavenly Emperor Fengju's laughter came from behind. Yixing, your speed has exceeded the limit. Although it's fast, your astral energy consumption has also increased. I wonder how long you can maintain this speed. Ha ha ha. Once your astral energy fails and your speed slows down, I'll be able to catch up to you and make you die without a burial ground. Yixing turned a deaf ear to Heavenly Emperor Fengju's words. Under this kind of extreme speed, and at the same time trying to deduce the true intent of wind, Yixing could no longer divert his attention to speak. However, Yixing's expression didn't change at all. He wasn't affected by Emperor Fengju at all. He was flying towards the Sea of Fire at the edge of the Starland. Although Yixing couldn't maintain this state for long, it wouldn't last for long. With one chasing and the other fleeing, Yixing flew to the edge of the Sea of Fire that was strong enough to burn a quasi-god. That blazing Sea of Fire contained an extremely terrifying fire energy. Yixing used the true intent of fire and the star fire seed to protect his body and directly charged into the Sea of Fire. Heavenly Emperor Fengju came to a halt outside the Sea of Fire. His face was filled with astonishment. The fire energy within the Sea of Fire was terrifying even to him. He didn't dare to enter, but Yixing actually flew in just like that. Heavenly Demon God's Eye. Heavenly Emperor Fengju immediately used his eye technique. The third eye on his forehead opened and looked into the Sea of Fire. He saw Yixing flying in the Sea of Fire. The surrounding fire energy couldn't do anything to him. After flying for several thousand li in the Sea of Fire, Yixing finally stopped when he saw that Heavenly Emperor Fengju didn't enter. With a wave of his hand, he brought out the Stellar Hall and entered it in a flash. The Stellar Hall wasn't an ordinary divine tool. It could attack and defend. It even had a space inside that could store people. It had many different functions. Although the fire energy within the Sea of Fire was terrifying, it couldn't do anything to the Stellar Hall's material. Although Yixing couldn't destroy the Stellar Hall's power, the material of the Stellar Hall was enough to withstand the power of the Sea of Fire for quite some time. Inside the Stellar Hall, Wei Qingxian and the other two saw Yixing coming in. They hurriedly asked, "What's the situation?" Yixing said, "The other party has a flying divine tool. I can't shake them off. I'm currently in the Sea of Fire where I stopped before. Feng Zhu dares to chase after me. However, he has an eye technique and can see the situation inside the Sea of Fire. He has been observing the situation outside the Sea of Fire." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven frowned and said, "What should we do? You can't use the Stellar Hall's power to block the fire energy. The Stellar Hall will gradually heat up. In the end, it will become as powerful as the fire in the Sea of Fire and burn a quasi-god to death." Yixing smiled faintly, "It's fine." Yixing raised his hand and 2 star-catcher cloud fruits appeared in his hand. He continued, "I didn't waste my time entering the city. I got 2 star-catcher cloud fruits. After Qingxian and I refine these fruits, we'll go find Feng Zhu to settle the score. Star-catcher cloud fruits can raise a mid-level king's cultivation by 2 realms. Good, very good. When you become 7-star kings and wield divine weapons, you should be able to contend against quasi-gods. At that time, Feng Zhu will have to face the consequences." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven and Heavenly Emperor Feng Yang were overjoyed. Yixing gave one of the star-catcher cloud fruits to Wei Qingxian and said, "Let's refine it together." Wei Qingxian happily received it. The two of them immediately consumed the star-catcher cloud fruits and refined them. The star-catcher cloud fruits contained a vast amount of astral energy. As soon as they entered his stomach, Yixing felt the rich astral energy rush through his body like a surging river. The astral energy in his body strengthened at an extremely fast speed. Yixing could clearly feel that his cultivation base was rising steadily. It was not even enough to describe it as 1,000 miles a day. Originally, after breaking through to the 5-star king realm, Yixing had already consolidated his cultivation base to the late stage of the 5th-star king realm. Not long after consuming the star-catcher cloud fruit, Yixing's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 5th-star king realm, showing signs of breaking through to the 6th-star king realm. As for Wei Qingxian, her cultivation was 1 level higher than Yixing's. She was already at the peak of the 5th stage. When Yixing felt that he was about to break through to the 6th-star king realm, a powerful aura erupted from Wei Qingxian. Her cultivation had already broken through. Very soon, Yixing also broke through to the 6th-star king realm. The process was extremely smooth, and there were no obstructions at all. After becoming 6-star kings, Yixing and Wei Qingxuan's cultivation levels continued to rise. Their auras also gradually became more and more powerful. 6th level early stage. 6th level middle stage. 6th level late stage. 6th level peak stage. It was only when their cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level that the two of them felt a slight obstruction, and they were no longer as unstoppable as before. However, the power of the stars in his body was still surging. It seemed that breaking through to the 7-star king realm wouldn't be a problem. It was just that it would take a little longer than breaking through to the 6-star king realm. A violent aura radiated from Wei Qingxuan's body. She was 1 step ahead of Yixing again, breaking through to the 7-star king realm. The sovereign bloodline and the purple heavens were indeed the highest talents on the path of cultivation. Yixing calmed himself down. The aura emanating from Wei Qingxuan's breakthrough didn't affect him at all. His mind was completely focused on cultivation as he advanced step by step toward becoming a 7-star king. 2 hours after Wei Qingxian broke through, an even more surging aura erupted. Yixing's cultivation finally broke through this step, reaching the 7th layer of the astral sea realm, jumping into the ranks of high-level king tiers. Chapter 873. Seeing Yixing emerge from the sea of fire, the eyes of the 5 emperors lit up with murderous intent. Yixing took out the starry palace. Wei Qingxian, Emperor Vast Sky, and Emperor Feng Yang walked out from the starry palace and stood beside Yixing. They looked at the 5 emperors from afar with murderous intent. He. Emperor Feng Ju looked at Yixing and the other 3 and laughed coldly. Finally, you can't withstand the burning of the flames? Unfortunately, you'll still die after leaving the Sea of Fire. Yixing and Wei Qingxian both had supreme-grade imperial bodies. When they didn't release their cultivation, no one could tell their cultivation base. Emperor Feng Ju didn't expect that in just a few hours, Yixing and Wei Qingxian had both become 7-star kings. Compared to a few hours ago, their strength was worlds apart. Emperor Wanxiang and the others had sinister smiles on their faces. They took out the weapons in their hands. Terrifying auras swept out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. Yixing's gaze swept across Emperor Feng Ju and the others. He laughed coldly and said, "We still don't know who will die." The green sandalwood divine bow appeared in Yixing's hands. He took a deep breath and drew the bow. The bow was a special weapon. It had the most destructive power. The arrows shot out from a middle-grade bow were much more destructive than other middle-grade weapons. Even though God Monarch Feng Ju and the others weren't quasi-gods, so they were unable to accurately determine the tier of the god artifact just by comparing it to their own god artifacts, they could tell that Yixing's god bow was much stronger than theirs. Emperor Feng Ju and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. They felt a piercing energy that sent chills down their spines. This power caused the 5 of them to feel a sense of fear. However, their eyes were filled with excitement. Looking at the azure sandalwood divine bow, the myriad forms emperor's eyes lit up. He shouted, "He really does have other divine weapons. This divine bow's aura is even stronger than ours. It might be a mid-rank divine weapon. Don't let him shoot an arrow." As he spoke, the myriad elephant emperor brandished his divine weapon and charged at Yixing. Emperor Feng Ju and the other emperors attacked at the same time. On Yixing's side, Wei Qingxian, Emperor Vast Sky, and Emperor Feng Yang attacked at the same time. Wei Qingxian was wearing a low-grade divine weapon, the ice silkworm cold silk gloves. She performed the self-created black tortoise's freezing wind ice palm. With a single palm strike, the area of dozens of miles in front of her turned into ice and frost. Pure white extremely cold energy surged out. Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Feng Yang used the Big Dipper Sword Sect's Heavenly Dragon Mountain Suppressing Sword Art and Heaven Shaking Gale Sword Art. The 5 emperors attacked at the same time. Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Feng Yang only blocked 2 of the emperor's attacks. Emperor Feng Ju, Emperor Wanxiang, and Emperor Jiao Zhu's attacks seemed to be heading for Yixing. They were instantly enveloped by the pure white aura. Icy palms landed on the 3 emperors' attacks. When Wei Qingxian was a 5-star king, she had used the freezing ice palm against Emperor Feng Ju. However, it had little effect and was destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Wei Qingxian was using the same martial art, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. When the icy palms collided with the weapons, the 3 emperors immediately felt a terrifying backlash. Especially the pure white aura. It froze the weapons of the emperors, greatly reducing their speed. Emperor Feng Ju was shocked. He had seen Wei Qingxuan's strength before. How did it suddenly increase to such a level? It wasn't any weaker than the attack of a quasi-god. Of course, Wei Qingxuan's frigid astral chi was still weak compared to the combined attack of the Sealing Ju Emperor, Myriad Elephant Emperor, and 9 Candle Emperor. In just a blink of an eye, the ice shattered and the frigid astral chi in the air dispersed. However, the blink of an eye was more than enough for Yixing. On the green sandalwood divine bow, a black flame arrow had already completely condensed and shot out explosively. Dark Wind Fire Arrow Art. 3 true intents of the Tao gathered in the black flame arrow. Among them, the true intents of wind and fire had already reached the small success stage. Coupled with the might of the mid-grade divine bow, the power of this arrow was shocking. Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded at the same time. The weapons of Emperor Wanxiang and Emperor Jiu Zhu were sent flying back. Emperor Feng Zhu's demon sealing seal instantly exploded. Although the attacks of the 3 great emperors were affected by Wei Qingxuan's chilly aura, they were still shocked that Yi Xing's arrow had defeated them. Their hearts skipped a beat. Emperor Feng Zhu was the most shocked. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? You've become a 7-star king and your strength has increased to such a level." Then, Emperor Feng Zhu's expression froze. He suddenly thought of something and yelled, "You've consumed the star-catcher cloud fruit?" Yi Xing sneered. 3 rays of starlight shot out from his glabella. He had used 3 different astrological aspects. The Black Hole constellation, Sagittarius constellation, and Vermilion Bird constellation hung high in the sky. Yi Xing drew the azure sandalwood divine bow again. Murderous intent enveloped Emperor Feng Zhu and the others. The world of darkness formed by the Black Hole astrological aspect also enveloped the 5 emperors. At the same time, the Sagittarius constellation and the Vermilion Bird astrological aspect poured down surging stellar energy. The Sagittarius constellation's stellar energy was filled with extreme penetrative power, increasing the lethality of the arrow. The Vermilion Bird astrological aspect increased the power of the flame within the arrow, greatly increasing its offensive power. A black flame arrow formed on the azure sandalwood divine bow. Whether it was its offensive power or penetrative aura, it was more than twice as strong as before. What was even more terrifying was that this arrow contained extreme spatial binding power. Wherever the arrow was pointed at, the void around it would instantly solidify like an iron wall. Emperor Feng Zhu and the others all felt a terrifying invisible force that imprisoned them. It was as if a quasi-god was suppressing them. They were already shocked when they were trapped in the world of darkness. Now, they were even more terrified. Emperor Feng Zhu had the heavenly demon god Eye and Emperor Jiu Zhu had comprehended the true meaning of darkness. They weren't affected by the world of darkness. However, the 2 of them were even more terrified when they saw the black flame arrow leave the azure sandalwood divine bow. Heavenly demon god wings. Grand Emperor Seal Ju immediately used the power of his flying divine item to cut through the void, breaking the binding force. Grand Emperor Seal Ju turned into a ray of light and flew away, covering hundreds of li in a breath. Although he had broken through the binding force, his speed was affected. The arrow pierced through the air. Emperor Jiu Zhu didn't have a flying divine weapon, so he couldn't move or dodge under the spatial binding power. He wanted to use his divine weapon to save them, but it was too late. He could only watch as the black flame arrow pierced his head. Bang! Emperor Jiu Zhu's head instantly exploded, turning into bits of flesh and blood. At the same time, Wei Qingxian, Emperor Vast Heaven, and Emperor Feng Yang's attacks also hit the 3 emperors of myriad forms. They were trapped in the world of darkness and restricted by the spatial binding power. They couldn't dodge and didn't know where the attacks were coming from. Naturally, they couldn't block them and suffered fatal injuries. They screamed and died one after another. Chapter 874. In the blink of an eye. Apart from Seal Ju, the other 4 great emperors lost their lives in the blink of an eye. Even if they had divine weapons, they couldn't protect themselves. Under the influence of the space-binding technique, Emperor Feng Zhu was only able to escape 400 li in the blink of an eye. This speed was extremely fast for a 9-star great emperor, but it was extremely slow for a quasi-god. Yi Xing pulled the string of the green sandalwood divine bow again. In the blink of an eye, another black flame arrow was formed. This time, Seal Ju wasn't affected by the spatial binding. His heavenly demon divine wings were pushed to the limit, allowing him to escape 1,000 li in the blink of an eye. However, when the black flame arrow on the green sandalwood divine bow was formed and locked onto Seal Ju's figure, Seal Ju felt the spatial binding enveloping him. The heavenly demon divine wings sliced through the void, shattering the spatial binding. However, his speed was reduced to 400 li in the blink of an eye. Yixing took a step forward and flapped his green cloud wings. He was like a green light streaking across the sky, traveling 1,000 li in the blink of an eye. He was almost twice as fast as Seal Ju. The distance between the two shrunk to a few hundred li in the blink of an eye. Yixing released the bowstring and the black flame arrow shot out from the green sandalwood divine bow. At this moment, Grand Emperor Feng Ju flew a few hundred miles forward with all his might. He was about 1,000 miles away from Yixing. However, in a single breath, the black flame arrow shot out 1,000 miles and hit Grand Emperor Feng Ju squarely. A mid-grade divine bow had a range of a few thousand li. Even if it was at its peak, it would still reach 3,000 li. Yixing couldn't unleash the full power of a mid-grade divine bow, but it wasn't a problem for him to reach 1,000 li at its peak. The black flame arrow pierced through Seal Ju's back and exited his chest. A terrifying power exploded within Seal Ju's body. With a loud explosion, Seal Ju's body was torn into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. He was dead on the spot. Even with a low-grade flying divine tool, he couldn't escape death in front of a mid-grade divine bow. Moreover, Yixing's green cloud wings was also a low-grade flying divine tool. His speed was much faster than Seal Ju's eyes. Seal Ju didn't even have a 10% chance of escaping. With a flap of the azure cloud wings, Yixing appeared at the place where Emperor Feng Ju died. He grabbed the heavenly demonic divine wings, the low-grade divine weapon gloves, and Emperor Feng Ju's storage ring. In the blink of an eye, Yixing erased the seal in the storage ring and probed it with his spiritual power. As the leader of a sect and the #1 king of Starry Crescent Land, Emperor Feng Ju's storage ring was filled with valuable treasures. However, the truly valuable items were his 2 divine weapons. Needless to say, the heavenly demon divine wings were even more valuable. The value of a low-grade flying divine weapon was almost equivalent to a mid-grade divine weapon. Of A. Yixing found 5 star catcher cloud fruits in the ring. Seal Ju chased Yixing all the way here and didn't leave. It was obvious that Myriad Elephant Emperor and the others had broken into the city in the middle of the Star Continent and taken the Star Catcher Cloud fruits. The 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 3 all possessed divine weapons that were extremely lethal to the strongest aboriginals. Although the aboriginals had the advantage in numbers, they were still at a disadvantage against the 4 divine weapons. Otherwise, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 3 wouldn't have been able to pluck so many Star Catcher Cloud fruits. Wei Qingxian, Vast Sky Emperor, and Wind Sun Emperor brought the divine tools and storage rings to Yixing and handed them over to Yixing. It was obviously because of Yixing that they were able to win the battle. With Yixing's power, he could easily suppress the 5 great emperors on his own. Yixing still had a few mid-grade divine tools and more than 20 low-grade divine tools. To the cultivators of the Starry Crescent Land, divine tools were extremely precious, but they weren't enough for Yixing. Therefore, Yixing handed them over to Vast Sky Emperor. Yixing then checked through the Myriad Elephant Emperor's storage ring. The items inside were similar to Seal Ju's. They were all extremely precious treasures for high-level kings, but they weren't enough for Yixing. However, there were a few Star Catcher Cloud fruits in each ring. There were a total of 34 Star Catcher Cloud fruits. Including the 2 that Yixing had taken, there were 36 Star Catcher Cloud fruits. To kings, the Star Catcher Cloud fruits were priceless treasures that couldn't be bought. However, to quasi-gods, they were useless. Yixing and Wei Qingxian already had the Star Catcher Cloud fruits, so consuming them would no longer be of any use to them. Therefore, Yixing handed over the Star Catcher Cloud fruits and their storage rings to Great Monarch Vast Heaven as the Big Dipper Sword Sex resources. The Star Catcher Cloud fruit was extremely beneficial to a 9-star Martial Emperor's breakthrough to the quasi-god realm. With so many Star Catcher Cloud fruits, Martial Emperor Vast Heaven and Martial Emperor Feng Yang would definitely be able to consume one each. Perhaps, they might even become quasi-gods in the future. Since all the Star Catcher Cloud fruits had been taken, Yixing and the others didn't go to the center of the Starry Crescent Land. Instead, they left the Starry Crescent Land through the passage connecting the Starry Crescent Land. When they returned to the Starry Crescent Land, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, the two quasi-gods, were waiting nearby. As soon as Yi Xing and the others came out, the two of them went to welcome them. Seeing that Yi Xing was safe, their eyes were filled with smiles. Feng Hanqiu asked, "How was it? How was the harvest?" Yi Xing smiled. Vast Sky Emperor said excitedly, "Great harvest." Ha ha ha. Great harvest. Feng Junyue said happily, "It seems that you have successfully obtained the Star Catcher Cloud fruits. Yi Xing and Qingxian have broken through, right?" Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian both nodded with smiles on their faces. Feng Yang Emperor said excitedly, "It's not just the Star Catcher Cloud fruits. Not only did we get all the Star Catcher Cloud fruits, but we also got 5 divine weapons and a flying divine weapon." 5 divine weapons and a flying divine weapon. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue both took a deep breath when they heard this. They were pleasantly surprised. Feng Hanqiu said, "A flying divine weapon? Is that the Demon Sealing Valley's treasure, the heavenly demon wings?" Vast Sky Emperor and Feng Yang Emperor nodded. Feng Hanqiu was overjoyed and laughed. "The Demon Sealing Valley is willing to take out such a treasure. Ha! Since the treasure is in your hands, they must be in deep trouble." Feng Yang Emperor smiled. "Of course. Junior Yi Xing has broken through and his strength has increased greatly. I think even a first Nirvana quasi-god would be no match for him when he wields a divine weapon." The 5 great emperors were all killed effortlessly. At this time, Yi Xing opened his void-breaking god eye and looked around. He found Star Silver Death, Xingqingji, and the others tens of thousands of miles away. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Yi Xing said, "Star Silver Death and the others are nearby. Let's go pay them a visit. I owe a lot of chapters and haven't paid them back. I'm very sorry. Tomorrow is a new year and there should be a new atmosphere. I'm going to update 8 times to apologize. After midnight, there will be 4 chapters in a row. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., there will be another 4 chapters in a row. Brothers, please support me." Chapter 875. There were 6 quasi-gods on the other side. They were Xing Yinhua, Xing Qingji, Feng Xiaoyuan, Feng Nongying, Xian Yuan, and Jin Hengcheng. Other than Xing Yueheng and Feng Xiaoyuan guarding the sect, the other quasi-gods were all gathered here. Xing Yinhua and the others all opened their divine eyes to observe the situation at the entrance. They also wanted to know if Yi Xing had been killed by Feng Ju, Xing Wanxiang, and the others in the extraterritorial Starland. However, when they saw Yi Xing and the others come out, their expressions changed. They were so well prepared that the Demon Sealing Valley even gave the Demon Sealing Valley's heavenly demon wings to Emperor Feng Ju. Quasi-god Feng Hao also lent his divine weapon to Emperor Feng Ju, allowing Emperor Feng Ju, who was already invincible among kings, to reach the quasi-god level. Their purpose was to ensure that their plan was foolproof. However, their plan still failed. Yi Xing was not dead and had returned from the extraterritorial Starland alive and well. Feng Xiaoyuan clenched his fists and shouted, "Damn it! How is this kid still alive?" Xing Qingji was also shocked and angry. What are Xing Wanxiang, Feng Ju, and the others doing with their divine weapons? Yi Xing came back alive. What should we do? With Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue guarding him and Lu Zhengheng and Qiu Minjun supporting him at any time, we can't kill him. Although they had 6 quasi-gods present and the Big Dipper sword sect only had Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, and Lu Zhengheng and Qiu Minjun were not present, Xing Qingji also thought that there was no chance to kill Yi Xing. This was because Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue could hold on for a long time with their middle-grade divine weapons. As for Lu Zhengheng and Qiu Minjun, once they received the news, they could use the teleportation formation to rush over in 15 minutes. In such a short time, they could not break through Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's defense. Once Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun arrived, even with the help of Xing Yuehong and Feng Hao, they were no match for them, let alone the 6 quasi-gods. Feng Nongying suddenly said, They're coming toward us. Whether it was in terms of strength or constitution, a quasi-god's physical body had undergone nirvanic rebirth. Their eyesight was also 10 times stronger than a king's. The martial Tao's divine eye could see tens of thousands of li, and as they underwent nirvanic rebirth, they could see up to hundreds of thousands of li. The other quasi-gods naturally saw Yixing and the others heading their way. Starsilver Death's gloomy eyes flashed with a bright light. Starsilver Death said, maybe Feng Han, Qiu Feng, and Jun you know that Yixing was attacked in the extraterritorial Star Land and are here to settle accounts with us. Hee. If they dare to attack, then this will be a great opportunity to kill Yixing. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue defended themselves with their mid-grade divine weapons. The 6 of them couldn't do anything to them. However, if Feng Hanqiu and Junyu took the initiative to attack, then the situation would be different. As long as they could stall them for a breath's time, the other quasi-gods would have a chance to kill Yixing. Once a quasi-god unleashed their full strength, killing a king would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Even though Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Feng Yang had divine weapons, Starsilver Death didn't think much of them. As for Yixing, he naturally didn't think much of him. In Starsilver Death's eyes, the only troublesome ones were Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. If the 2 of them focused on defense, it would be fine. If the 2 of them dared to attack, Starsilver Death was confident that he could hold them back for 1 or 2 breaths, giving the other quasi-gods enough time to kill Yixing. Thinking of this, Starsilver Death narrowed his eyes. His killing intent intensified. Before long, Yixing and the others arrived in front of Starsilver Death and the other quasi-gods. They stopped 100 li away. The 2 sides looked at each other intensely. Before they spoke, the atmosphere was already filled with killing intent. Yixing scanned the 6 of them and said, your 4 sects have already compensated and asked for peace, but you sent 5 emperors with divine weapons to kill me in the extraterritorial Star Land. It seems that you don't want peace anymore. Starsilver Death snorted and said, in the extraterritorial Star Land, even martial artists of the same sect can fight over treasures. You all went to fight for the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit. What's wrong with them wanting to kill you? After a pause, Starsilver Death continued, since you already know about the 5 of them, where are they? The 5 emperors all had divine weapons. Especially Emperor Feng Ju, who had the heavenly demon divine wings. In terms of threat, they were even more threatening than Quasi-God 1 Nirvana. Starsilver Death had never imagined that the 5 emperors would die at the hands of Yixing's group. Yixing smiled and said, you're right. There's nothing wrong with killing each other in order to fight for the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit. So, I killed Feng Ju, Xing Wanxiang, and the others. Starsilver Death and the other 5 quasi-gods all looked shocked. I killed them all. I killed them all. This sentence resounded in the ears of the 6 quasi-gods like thunder. It lingered for a long time. Emperor Feng Ju, Xing Wanxiang, and the other 4 emperors had divine weapons. Emperor Feng Ju alone was more terrifying than a quasi-god 1 Nirvana. The other 4 emperors working together with divine weapons were no weaker than a quasi-god 1 Nirvana. So, if Yixing really killed Emperor Feng Ju and the others, it would be as shocking as killing 2 quasi-gods. You killed them all? Xing Qingji exclaimed. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He shouted, that's impossible. Based on your... Before Xing Qingji could finish, Yixing interrupted him. Based on my... Not only did I kill the 5 of them, I also want to kill you, Xing Qingji. As he spoke, Yixing raised his hand, and the celestial palace appeared in his hand. Yixing continued, Xing Qingji, you still recognize this celestial palace, right? Back then, you poisoned Emperor Xing Han in order to snatch the celestial palace. In the end, Emperor Xing Han used the space-breaching talisman to take the celestial palace away. In the end, I obtained it. Today, I will avenge Emperor Xing Han by killing you, old thing. The celestial palace disappeared in a flash from Yixing's hand. It was put away by Yixing. Xingqingji watched the celestial palace disappear in a flash, but the greed in his eyes did not diminish. He said angrily, I went through the nirvana tribulation and became a quasi-god. You want to kill me? What a joke. Come and try to kill me if you have the guts. Feng Xiaoyuan said coldly from the side, you talk big, but don't turn out to be a coward when the time comes for us to see who's better. These words were obviously meant to provoke Xingqingji. In Feng Xiaoyuan's opinion, Xingqingji was a veteran quasi-god won nirvana and was definitely not someone a little king like Yixing could contend against. After all, even a 9-star king was very far away from a quasi-god. It was an insurmountable gap. As for Yixing, the cultivation that he revealed in the previous battle was only that of a 4-star king. Even if he obtained the star cloud fruit in the extraterritorial star land and raised his cultivation by 2 levels, he was only a 6-star king. Even if Yixing had a breakthrough in his cultivation along the way, his cultivation could only reach star sea level 7 at most. In the battle between a 7-star king and a quasi-god won nirvana, if one was not familiar with Yixing, one would know that the quasi-god won nirvana would definitely win. Happy New Year, brothers! Chapter 876. Yixing smiled slightly. Today, he had already made up his mind to kill Xingqingji and avenge Xing Han Great Emperor. There was no need for others to provoke him. Yixing's gaze sharpened as he said, Xingqingji, then let's have a battle of life and death. No escape, no interference, until one side is dead. How about that? No escape, no interference, until one side is dead. When Yixing stated these 3 conditions, Xingqingji only felt joy in his heart. These were also the conditions he wanted to propose. Otherwise, with Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue watching from the side, it would not be easy to kill Yixing. However, Yixing's gaze was extremely penetrating. It had a feeling that it went straight to the heart and soul, making Xingqingji feel very uncomfortable. Xingqingji was still very confident. He ignored the slight discomfort he felt and chuckled. Good, he said. Come, I'd like to see what tricks a little king like you can play. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingqingji flashed into the distance like a stream of light. In a breath, he was 600 miles away. The killing intent in Yixing's eyes gradually solidified. The azure cloud wings appeared on his back. His figure was also like a stream of light, also moving 600 miles in a breath. He was still 100 miles away from Xingqingji. Seeing the azure cloud wings on Yixing's back, Xingqingji smiled coldly and said, I was wondering why you dared to fight with me. It turns out that you have a flying divine tool. Ha! This is a good treasure. I'll take it as a gift from you to me. As he spoke, Xingqingji attacked like lightning. At the same time, he used the saint-level celestial form, the white tiger celestial form. On a golden star, there was a huge shadow of a white tiger, roaring at the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Xingqingji had already taken out his divine weapon, the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal. The seal became as big as a mountain and shone with golden light. With terrifying power, it suppressed Yixing. Although the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was huge, its speed was not slow. It covered a distance of 100 miles in an instant. However, compared to Yixing's speed, the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was too slow. With a flap of the azure cloud wings, Yixing was like a streak of light, easily evading the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal's attack. Ha! Xingqingji's expression turned surprised. His attack speed was much faster than his movement speed, exceeding 400 kilometers in one breath. He was even faster than a second Nirvana quasi-god's movement speed. However, Yixing easily dodged his attack. This was truly strange. This meant that Yixing's speed was far beyond 600 miles per breath. Could it be a mid-grade flying-type divine artifact? Xingqingji thought to himself. As for minor accomplishment true intent of wind, Xingqingji did not even consider it. As a quasi-god, he was very clear about how difficult it was to achieve minor accomplishment true intent. Yixing was the true king. To be able to achieve peak minor accomplishment true intent of wind was already very heaven-defying. Whoosh! Before Xing Qingji could think any further, an astral arrow suddenly pierced through the air. Yixing had used the Sagittarius constellation and the Vermilion Bird constellation. Yixing's movement speed was too fast. In an instant, he was behind Xing Qingji, giving Xing Qingji a huge shock. In an instant, golden light bloomed from Xing Qingji's body, forming a golden light shield to protect him. Meanwhile, the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal swept out a golden light blade that slashed behind him. Relying on the strength of his protective aura and the vitality of his divine body, Xing Qingji forcefully endured Yixing's astral arrow and seized the opportunity to attack Yixing wildly. The astral arrow had just touched the golden light shield when the golden light blade that filled the sky had already slashed toward him. Xing Qingji's judgment of the astral arrow's penetrative power was severely mistaken. His golden light shield was like a bubble that was pierced by Yixing's finger. The sharp astral arrow instantly pierced into Xing Qingji's divine body. However, this sharp astral arrow left as quickly as it came. Just as the golden light blade was about to strike Yixing's body, Yixing suddenly retreated hundreds of miles away. The attack of the golden light blade missed. This speed not only shocked Xing Qingji, but also the quasi-gods in the distance. With such extreme speed, it was extremely difficult to even touch the other party. Xing Qingji was not in a good situation. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yixing charged over from another direction. It was still a finger energy arrow with extreme speed and piercing power. After his previous experience, Xing Qingji simply combined his astral energy with his divine body to protect the surface of his body. The Vajra heaven-suppressing seal also slashed out golden light blades toward Yixing. Xing Qingji was very confident in his divine body. He had an immortal body, so it was not difficult for him to take Yixing's attack head-on. However, Yixing was only a king. As long as he was hit once, he would lose his life. Xing Qingji would never have expected that Yixing also had an immortal body. However, Yixing did not use his immortal body to fight desperately. They both had immortal bodies, but as a quasi-god, Xing Qingji's vitality was much higher than Yixing's. Fighting desperately was not worth it for Yixing. Moreover, with Yixing's strength, there was no need for him to fight desperately. Yixing attacked Xing Qingji from different directions time and time again. Xing Qingji relied on the advantage of his divine body and remained as immovable as a mountain. He used the astral energy from the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal to counterattack. Soon, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Every time, Yixing's astral arrow penetrated Xing Qingji's external defense and caused some damage to his divine body. However, just as the power was about to fully erupt, the golden light blades arrived and Yixing immediately retreated. Although Yixing's clothes were not touched by Xing Qingji, the slight injury that Xing Qingji suffered was no different from being uninjured. Yixing, your attack is like a mosquito bite. It can't do anything to me. I only need to attack once to kill you. Come on. I'll see how many times you can dodge. Xing Qingji shouted. Although he was shocked by Yixing's strength, he was still very confident. Although Yixing was extremely fast, Xing Qingji believed that he was in an invincible position. If Yixing escaped, he would not be able to catch up. However, the two had agreed to fight to the death. As long as Yixing dared to continue fighting to the death, he was confident that he would be able to hit Yixing once and kill Yixing. Whoosh! Another ray of starlight shot into the sky. Yixing used the black hole astrology, and the world of darkness instantly enveloped Xing Qingji. Yixing shuttled through the world of darkness without making a sound. The astral energy from his astral energy arrows appeared and disappeared mysteriously, making it even harder to guard against. Xing Qingji opened his divine martial eye. The suppression of a quasi-god over a king allowed him to see hundreds of miles away even in the world of darkness. Every time, Xing Qingji used his divine body to withstand the attack and then used the golden light blades to attack in a wide range. He did not need to pinpoint Yixing's exact location. he only needed to know where he was. Therefore, the black hole astrology did not affect this battle much. Xing Qingji laughed and said, Yi Xing, this is your last trump card. Ha! You're still far from being able to fight me. Chapter 879. Feng Junyue attacked Jin Hengqing at the same time. The heaven-shaking godly mighty sword carried the sound of a dragon's roar, and the sword light of 1,000 feet long cut Jin Hengqing into two halves. Then the two halves of Jin Hengqing's body were cut into pieces by the sword radiance. His flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Jin Hengqing's flesh and blood wriggled, but the speed of regeneration was slower than the speed of the sword radiance. In the end, he was cut into pieces. His vitality was exhausted, and he died. If it were any other time, Jin Hengqing wouldn't have been killed by Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's attacks. However, he was shot by Yi Xing and lost more than 80% of his life force. He was already severely wounded, which was why Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue killed him. When Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue attacked Jin Hengqing, Wei Qingxian attacked as well. She attacked Star Silver Death and the other three who were running away. Wei Qingxian performed the speed secret skill of the Samsara Palace. She suddenly crossed hundreds of miles in the void. She clapped her hands, and the extremely cold Gang Qi instantly covered dozens of miles in front of her. Star, Silver, Death, and the other three were all enveloped in it. Many ice palm prints slapped at them. How dare a little king come after us? You're asking for death. Star Silver Death was infuriated. He shouted coldly and formed a saber art. The low-grade divine saber shone brightly. A saber aura cut the sky in half and arrived in front of Wei Qingxian in an instant. Other than Yi Xing, Star Silver Death had never taken a king seriously. Wei Qingxian was only a 7-star king. She wasn't weak and could be compared to a one-nirvana quasi-god with her low-grade divine weapon. However, a king was still a king. There was a fundamental difference between a king's body and a divine body. In Star Silver Death's eyes, he was going to cut Wei Qingxian in half. Wei Qingshuan's cold Gang Qi attack was going to be broken. Not far away, there was a teleportation formation that Star Silver Death and the others had set up beforehand. It could be used to travel between the sects quickly. As long as they escaped to the teleportation formation, they could return to the royal capital and fight the enemy with the dragon luck of the dynasty. With the speed of a quasi-god that could travel hundreds of miles in a breath, it would only take the blink of an eye for them to reach the teleportation array. Wei Qingxian didn't withdraw his palm in the face of Star Silver Death's attack. Instead, he opened his third eye in the center of his forehead and used the Samsara Divine Eye. Light of Reincarnation. A dazzling multicolored light shot out from the Samsara Divine Eye. It erupted with terrifying power and collided with the saber light in an instant. Wei Qingxian pushed the power of the light of reincarnation to its limits, and it was even more frightening than quasi-god Nirvana's full power attack. Although it couldn't compare to the power of Star Silver Death's saber, it still managed to dim the dazzling saber and reduce its power by 70 to 80%. The light of reincarnation dissipated in an instant. The saber aura fell and hit Wei Qingxian right in the middle of his body. His upper body was almost split open, and his head was also split in half. Star Silver Death snorted coldly. I can't kill you with one strike, you puny King Tyr. However, to Star Silver Death's surprise, his opponent's frigid aura didn't dissipate after being hit. The four of them were still affected by the frigid aura, and their speed was greatly reduced. The flesh on Wei Qingshuan's body wriggled, and the cut on her body healed in an instant. A supreme-grade imperial body? Star Silver Death, Feng Xiaoyuan, Feng Nongying, and Xian Yuan exclaimed at the same time. They had all been outer sect disciples of the Dark Star Temple and were very knowledgeable. Naturally, they knew that supreme-grade imperial bodies were immortal, just like divine bodies. They also knew how rare supreme-grade imperial bodies were. Whoosh! Darkness suddenly enveloped Star Silver Death and the others. Yi Xing traveled 1,000 miles in one breath. His murderous intent descended, and his black hole astrological form pulled the four of them into the world of darkness. Whoosh! At the same time, a black flame arrow shot through the world of darkness with terrifying power and penetrating energy. It shot towards Star Silver Death and the others. Star Silver Death and the others were not only trapped in the world of darkness, but the void around them also suddenly solidified. The power of space confinement imprisoned them. They should have reached the teleportation formation by now, but Wei Qingxuan's frigid aura greatly delayed them, giving Yixing time to condense another black flame arrow and kill them. His target was Xian Yuan. Light of Samsara. At that moment, Wei Qingxian activated her reincarnation divine eyes again. She unleashed her strongest attack. Dazzling multicolored light shot out and instantly pierced through space as she charged towards Feng Nongying. Moreover, Wei Qingxuan's hands were not idle either. She repeatedly struck out, and all of them were the ultimate killing moves of the wind-cold ice palm. The wind-cold ice palm was either a firm chop or a horizontal chop. Every strike was like a cutting blade, and the attack power was very terrifying. These strong and slashing ice palms all attacked Star Silver Death. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death's suppression of Yixing's cultivation was very obvious. The black hole star's effect on him was much weaker than that of a first Nirvana quasi-god. The world of darkness couldn't block his vision. However, Feng Nongying, Feng Xiaoyuan, and Xian Yuan were greatly affected by the black hole star. Even with the star, they couldn't see more than 100 miles away. Whether it was Yixing's black flame arrow or Wei Qingxuan's light of samsara, they were both extremely difficult to defend against in the world of darkness. Without help, Feng Nongying and Xian Yuan would definitely be injured. Needless to say, the black flame arrow's attack power was also terrifying. Not only could it hurt the body, but it could also hurt the soul. Star Silver Death was already facing Wei Qingxuan's ice palms. Although he could block them and still had energy to spare, he could only save Xian Yuan or Feng Nongying. He couldn't block both the black flame arrow and the light of samsara. In terms of the threat of death, the black flame arrow was greater than the light of samsara. However, in Star Silver Death's heart, Feng Nongying was much more important than Xian Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Star Silver Death made up his mind to save his partner. Star Silver Death suddenly slashed out a peerless blade aura. It shone for thousands of feet and roared in the sky. In an instant, the power to bind space, the ice palms, and the light of samsara were all shattered by this blade. The terrifying attack of a second Nirvana quasi-god was indeed terrifying. However, no matter how strong this blade was, it couldn't turn around to destroy the black flame arrow. When Xian Yuan discovered the black flame arrow, he was already 100 miles away. He couldn't react in time and the black flame arrow pierced through his body. He immediately let out a shrill cry. Xian Yuan was terrified as his life force was rapidly draining away. Whoosh! 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 Star Silver Death grabbed Feng Nongying with one hand and Feng Xiaoyuan with the other. Taking advantage of the fact that the cold aura and the power to bind space had dissipated, he quickly rushed toward the teleportation formation. He knew very well that the longer they stayed, the greater the danger they would be in. If they didn't leave, they might all die here today. Star Silver Death couldn't take the three of them to the teleportation formation quickly. Since Xian Yuan was already severely injured, he had to give up on Xian Yuan. Star Silver Death. Xian Yuan roared and looked at the three people not far away. They suddenly disappeared into the distance. He was filled with despair. Chapter 880. A moment later, Star Silver Death brought Feng Xiaoyuan and Feng Nongying to the teleportation formation. Star Silver Death immediately activated the formation. At the same time, Yixing shot out a black flame arrow. It traveled thousands of miles and reached them in an instant. Bang! Star Silver Death took out his low-grade godly saber and cut the black flame arrow apart. A beam of light shot up into the sky and covered the three of them. The teleportation formation had been activated. Star Silver Death, Feng Shaoyuan, and Feng Nongying turned from solid to illusory and gradually disappeared. Xian Yuan, who did not manage to escape, was naturally attacked by Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. He was severely injured and soon died under the attack of two middle-grade godly weapons. The battle was over and the surroundings quieted down. However, the ravines that stretched for over 2,000 kilometers bore witness to the fierce battle that had just taken place. Even though it hadn't lasted for long, the destructive power of a clash between quasi-gods was terrifying. It was impossible to say how many mountains had been flattened and how many canyons had appeared. Moreover, the flesh and blood of three quasi-gods were scattered all over the ground. In the starry crescent land, quasi-gods of the first nirvana stood at the peak. It was rare for a quasi-god of the second nirvana to appear in tens of thousands of years. Moreover, it was difficult for a quasi-god of the second nirvana to kill a quasi-god of the first nirvana. Therefore, it was extremely rare for three quasi-gods to die at the same time in the history of the starry crescent land. Looking at the devastated ground, Feng Hanqiu's face was full of smiles. He said, "This time, three of their quasi-gods have died. Their strength has been greatly reduced and they can no longer compete with us. From now on, they can only hide in the inner city of the capital and rely on the luck of the dynasty to prolong their feeble existence." Ha! Feng Junyue said regretfully, "It's a pity that three of them escaped. They even built a teleportation formation in the wilderness." How thoughtful. Feng Hanqiu said, "They were also afraid that Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun would come and join forces with us. With the teleportation array, they would have a way out. However, they probably never expected that Lu Zhenghong and Yu Minjun would not come. Instead, it was junior brother Yixing who had greatly improved his strength and killed them." Feng Junyue smiled. "Yes. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe that Yixing's strength has reached such a level. That middle-grade godly Bao is too powerful. If it were not for the teleportation formation, they would have died here." Yixing looked at the teleportation formation and said, "Their escape is only temporary. As long as they do not have a way to leave the starry crescent land, their lives will always be in my hands. One day, they will die without a doubt." Feng Hanqiu touched his beard and smiled. "That's right. Now, they can only rely on the luck of the dynasty to contend with us. If Junior Yixing's cultivation makes another breakthrough and his strength increases, he will reach a level that no one in the starry crescent land has ever reached. By then, even the dynasty's luck will not be able to stop Junior Yixing's archery." Yixing nodded. His cultivation still had a lot of room for improvement. Right now, he could not break through the dynasty's luck by force. However, what about after he reached the 8th level of the astral sea realm? By then, his strength would be on another level. Moreover, if he could reach the 8th level of the astral sea realm, so could Wei Qingxian. By then, it would not be difficult to break through the dynasty's luck. Yixing's lips curled up. "Then let's give them some time to breathe. When Qingxian and I reach the 8th level of the astral sea realm, we will settle the score with them." Feng Junyue said, "There is no need to give them time to breathe. Junior Yixing, you and Junior Qingxian can cultivate as much as you want. Before you make a breakthrough, don't worry about these things. Senior Hanqiu and I, together with Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun, will break through the Golden Lion sect and the Dark Moon Palace first. These two sects do not have any quasi-gods. They will not be able to hold on for long with the dynasty's luck. Then, we will split into two groups. One will attack the Celestial Palace and the other will attack the Demon Ceiling Valley. They will not even have time to breathe." Speaking of Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun, it did not take long for them to arrive. Quasi-gods were the pinnacle of martial arts in the starry crescent land. They were very sensitive to the fluctuations of energy in the starry crescent land. For example, when quasi-gods fought, the fluctuations were very strong. Even if they were far away, other quasi-gods would still be able to sense it. Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun had rushed over because they sensed the quasi-gods' battle. When they learned that Xing Qingji, Jin Hongcheng, and Xian Yuan, the three quasi-gods, had all fallen. They were shocked and could not believe it. Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun did not have any objections to Feng Junyue's suggestion. Both sides decided that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue would attack the Dark Moon Palace, while Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun would attack the Golden Lion sect. After these two sects were broken, the Dark Moon Palace's territory would belong to the Big Dipper Sword sect, while the Golden Lion sect's territory would be divided equally between the Giant Spirit sect and the Moon Severing sect. After that, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue continued to attack the Celestial Elephant Palace, while Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun went to attack the Demon Ceiling Valley. Yixing and Wei Qingxian naturally did not participate in these matters. The two returned to the Big Dipper Sword sect and lived a comfortable life under a quiet mountain. Time passed quickly. A year later, the Dark Moon Palace and the Golden Lion sect were breached one after another. Without quasi-gods to control Wang Chao's Longqi, he could not fully utilize its power. Feng Hanqiu, Feng Junyue, Lu Zhenghong, and Qiu Minjun all had middle-grade divine weapons. Their attack power was at the level of second nirvana quasi-gods, so the speed of their attack was naturally fast. After that, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue went to the Celestial Elephant Palace, while Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun went to the Demon Ceiling Valley. Another great battle had begun. Of these two sects, the Demon Ceiling Valley had three quasi-gods, while the Celestial Elephant Palace had Starsilver Death. Although they were powerless to counterattack, Feng Hanqiu and Lu Zhenghong could not quickly break through. The battle entered a stalemate. Although the effect was not great, Feng Hanqiu, Lu Zhenghong, and the others did not stop. Each side had two quasi-gods, and each side had one quasi-god resting while the other quasi-god attacked. This cycle repeated, and the attacks continued. Month after month, year after year. 5 years later, in the summer. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, the sky was high and the clouds were broad. A terrifying aura swept over from somewhere in the mountains behind. Between heaven and earth, the power of the stars in the void all sensed it and surged toward the source of the aura. A huge amount of star power gathered together, forming a huge cloud of stars. It was like a funnel, floating in the sky. Below, there seemed to be a monster that devoured star power, madly devouring the star power. Of course, there was no monster below, but Yixing, whose cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the astral sea realm. His breakthrough in cultivation had caused a huge commotion, and it had attracted the star power between heaven and earth. At this moment, he was madly devouring this star power, and the astral energy in his body had been greatly strengthened. Compared to when he was a 7 stars king, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Chapter 881. On the Big Dipper Peak, the vast Sky Emperor and the Wind Sun Emperor stood on the peak, looking at the star power funnel in the distance. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. The vast Sky Emperor said, "A year ago, Wei Qingxian broke through to the 8th level of the Star Sea realm. Now, Yixing has finally broken through." The Wind Sun Emperor said happily, "Haha. Look at the commotion caused by Yixing's breakthrough. It's much bigger than Wei Qingshuan's. His strength must have improved a lot. It seems, the end of the Celestial Elephant Palace has finally arrived." The vast Sky Emperor nodded with a smile. The end of the Celestial Elephant Palace has indeed arrived. The star power in the sky was completely absorbed by Yixing. Yixing stood up and opened his eyes. Although he had just broken through to the 8th level of the Star Sea realm, his cultivation was very stable and not far from the middle of the 8th level. Wei Qingxian came to Yixing with a bright smile. "Congratulations to Yixing for breaking through to the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Yixing's archery skill is exquisite enough to receive the title of Arrow Emperor." Yixing smiled faintly and said, "What about you?" Wei Qingxian smiled and said, "I have the extreme ice body. Any cultivation method I practice will turn into extreme ice chi. I had a title in my previous life, Extreme Ice. However, in the Reincarnation Palace, Star Sea Realm cultivators are not qualified to be titled. They have to become quasi-gods. Moreover, only quasi-gods with obvious strengths and great battle strength can be titled. Yixing nodded. No matter where it was, only martial artists with special battle strength could be titled. Ordinary martial artists would use their real names to call themselves emperors and not other titles. For example, the Vast Sky Emperor and the Wind Sun Emperor were both using their real names. Of course, there were also those who fished for fame. In order to make their name known, they deliberately made up titles that were nothing special. For example, the Golden Monkey Emperor. This kind of situation was more likely to happen in a place with a low level of martial arts. The truly powerful warriors would not bother to make a false name for themselves. Without powerful abilities, a powerful title would only be a joke. Yixing looked at Wei Qingxian. You gave me a title so early, and it's even the Arrow Emperor. I'm afraid that all the kings of archery will hate me. Won't I become a laughingstock if word gets out? Among the titles, individual titles were the most resounding. For example, saber, sword, and other types of weapons, wind, fire, and other types of attributes. Once one obtained an individual title, it meant that one was the most outstanding person on the path of martial arts. For example, the Sword Emperor was the strongest amongst the Sword Emperors, and this would cause the other Sword Emperors to be displeased. Another example would be the Fire Emperor. He was the strongest Fire Emperor amongst all the Fire Emperors. Similarly, he would cause the other Fire Emperors to be displeased. The Arrow Emperor was naturally the strongest amongst the Archery Emperors. This title was the pinnacle of archery. The Emperor was the Arrow Emperor, and after becoming a god, he would be the Arrow God. This was bound to cause the other Archery Emperors to be displeased. Wei Qingxian looked at Yixing and smiled. When Yixing was a 7 stars king, he already had the ability to kill quasi-gods. Now that he has broken through to the 8th level of the Astral Sea Realm, his strength has reached a new level. Even in my previous life in the Reincarnation Palace, I have never seen such a powerful archery emperor. If Yixing can't be called the Arrow Emperor, then no one else in this world would dare to. If any archery emperors are displeased, then they can come and compete with Yixing, haha. Junior sister Qingxian is right. If junior brother Yixing can't be called the Arrow Emperor, then who would dare to? Junior brother Yixing, the title of Arrow Emperor belongs to none other than you. Laughter was heard as Martial Monarch Vast Heaven and Martial Monarch Wind Sun descended from the sky and arrived at Yixing and Wei Qingxuan's residence. Yixing cupped his fists at the two. Senior brothers, please don't make fun of me. We are not making fun of you. The two of us are here to congratulate the Arrow Emperor on his breakthrough. His strength has improved tremendously, reaching a level that no one has ever reached in the Starry Crescent land before. The Vast Heaven Emperor and the Wind Sun Emperor restrained their expressions and cupped their fists at Yixing. Ever since Yixing came into contact with martial arts, he had been determined to reach the peak of martial arts. To cultivate martial arts, one had to cultivate to the peak. As a martial artist, one had to be the strongest. Therefore, Yixing was very satisfied with the title of Arrow Emperor. Since that was the case, Yixing did not hesitate to accept the title. Arrow Emperor Yixing said, after cultivating for more than 5 years, I have finally taken this step. My strength has indeed improved. I should go to the Celestial Elephant Palace to help senior brother Hanqiu and senior brother Junue. The Vast Heaven Emperor smiled. With the Arrow Emperor making a move, he will naturally succeed and sweep the Starry Crescent land. The Wind Sun Emperor also said excitedly, the end of the Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley has arrived. The Arrow Emperor, Yixing, nodded at the two of them. Senior brothers, Qingxian and I will go now. Through the teleportation formation of the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Yixing and Wei Qingxian arrived near the Celestial Elephant Kingdom. After becoming an 8-star emperor, Yixing's speed had increased. He could fly 1,000 miles in a breath with Wei Qingxian. Soon, they arrived at the Celestial Elephant Kingdom and saw Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junue. Junior brother Arrow Emperor. Seeing Yixing, Feng Hanqiu waved from afar and laughed. Feng Junue, who was attacking, also retreated. He turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Yixing, junior brother Arrow Emperor. It's only been 5 years and you've already made a breakthrough. That's really fast. Obviously, the two had received the message from the vast Heaven Emperor and knew that Yixing had the title of Arrow Emperor. Yixing looked at the two and said, "Senior brothers, you've been attacking for 5 years. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Feng Junue laughed. "Senior brother Hanqiu, you've been here for 5 years. You've been so lonely and tired. However, I've been traveling all over the Starry Crescent land. I'm in a good mood." "Oh." Yixing looked at Feng Junue in confusion. Feng Junue said, "The Celestial Elephant Palace has been defending all this time. Naturally, they're not satisfied. So, Star Silver Death asked Xing Yueheng to control the dragon Fate to defend himself while he left the capital city. He wanted to attack the Big Dipper Sword clan without a quasi-god. Naturally, we couldn't let him get away with it. Now that I had the heavenly demon divine wings, my speed could only be faster than Star Silver Death's, and my attack power was even slightly higher than his. Now that I had made up for my lack of speed, Star Silver Death was no match for me. I've been chasing him for 3 years, running all over the Starry Crescent land. In the end, he still couldn't get rid of me. He had to go back to the Celestial Elephant Palace angrily to get rid of me." "Ha!" Feng Junue laughed happily. He and Star Silver Death were enemies when they were in the Dark God Palace. However, Star Silver Death had been suppressing him. Later, he got a middle-grade divine weapon. His attack power was even better than Star Silver Death's. However, his speed was still not as good. After a long battle, Feng Junue still lost. Now that he had the heavenly demon wings to make up for his lack of speed, Feng Junue finally turned the tables. After chasing Star Silver Death for 3 years, of course, he was happy. Chapter 884. Yixing and the other 3 destroyed the 5-colored light barrier as easily as crushing dry weeds. It didn't take long for them to arrive outside the 5-colored light barrier. Bang! 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 The attacks of the 4 landed on the 5-colored light shield one after another, causing a series of explosions. Something strange happened. Under the attacks of Yixing and the other 3, the formation could not withstand a single blow. However, the 5-colored light barrier rippled and blocked the attacks of the 4 people. Even Yixing's arrow attack was blocked and could not penetrate it. Star Silver Death stood in the sky above Xingxiang Palace, looking at Yixing and the other 3 through the translucent 5-colored light shield. He snorted. "I have said that you will never be able to break through my Xingxiang Palace. This 5 elements heaven ceiling formation is a complete level 6 formation. It is a treasure that the founder of my sect obtained from the Dark Star continent. It can withstand the attack of a quasi-god 3rd Nirvana. It has been guarding the center of the palace and can ensure that my Xingxiang Palace will exist forever in the Starry Crescent land. You will not be able to break through this formation." Feng Hanqiu frowned. A complete level 6 formation was too difficult to deal with. It had already exceeded the limits of the Starry Crescent land. In the Starry Crescent land, the cultivation of a martial artist could only reach the level of a quasi-god 3rd Nirvana. The Imperial Dragon luck that they had accumulated was also at the peak of a quasi-god 3rd Nirvana. Under normal circumstances, a formation that could withstand a quasi-god 3rd Nirvana was indeed impossible to break through in the Starry Crescent land. However, this was not a normal situation. Yixing and Wei Qingxian were not from the Starry Crescent land. Yixing's strength had exceeded the martial arts limits of the Starry Crescent land. However, with Yixing's quasi-god 3rd Nirvana level attack, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through the 5 elements heaven ceiling formation. Even a quasi-god 4th Nirvana would need a certain amount of time to break through a level 6 formation. If the array was supplied with energy, it would be even more difficult to break the array. Inside the 5-colored light shield, Starsilver Death sneered and continued, "This formation uses the primordial chi of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth as its energy source. When we first established this formation, our founder left behind a method to gather the primordial chi of 5 elements. After more than 78,000 years of accumulation, the amount of primordial chi of 5 elements that we have gathered is beyond your imagination. You want to exhaust the formation's energy to break it? Hee. You can attack it for 100 years, or even 1,000 years, but you won't be able to break it." Feng Hanqiu looked at Yixing anxiously. "What should we do? If the 5-element sky seal formation had enough power to last for thousands of years, then it would be unbreakable. Just like Starsilver Death had said, it would be a competition to see who could live longer." Yixing, on the other hand, was confident and composed. He looked at Feng Hanqiu and smiled. "It doesn't matter. Even if I can't break it by force now, I'll definitely be able to break it when I become a 9-star king. However, who said that one must break the array by force?" Feng Hanqiu's eyes lit up and his face lit up. "Oh. Junior brother Arrow Emperor knows about arrays?" Wei Qingxian smiled. "Yixing's attainments in arrays are not low. More importantly, his eye technique can see through everything. No array can hide anything from him. If there is a flaw, it won't escape Yixing's eyes." Yixing smiled and nodded. He activated the God Voidbreaker Eye, and a third eye opened in the center of his forehead. The God Voidbreaker Eye's gaze instantly pierced through the void. The structure of the 5-element sky seal formation was clearly visible under the God Voidbreaker Eye. Yixing understood it clearly. Yixing carefully examined the structure of the 5-element sky seal formation. He was secretly surprised that he couldn't find a flaw in this array. It was a level 6 array. The killing array could kill quasi-gods, the defensive array could defend against quasi-gods, and the trapping array could trap quasi-gods. It wasn't simple at all. Yixing also found a few weak points in the array. However, this 5-element sky seal formation contained the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements were clearly separated on the surface, but they were actually connected. No matter which part of the formation was attacked, the attack would immediately be directed to the 5 elements of the light shield and shared. Therefore, even if there was a weak point in the array, it was impossible to penetrate the defense of the 5 elements of the light shield in one strike. Moreover, the 5-element sky seal formation circulated the 5 elements of the formation and had a self-healing effect. If it couldn't be broken in one strike, the circulating 5 elements of the formation would immediately heal the damaged area. Only a quasi-god 4 nirvana level of attack could possibly break this array if they attacked continuously. A quasi-god 3 nirvana level of attack would have a slim chance of breaking the array unless the array's energy was insufficient. However, even if the chances were slim, they still had to give it a try. After all, Yixing's archery contained extremely terrifying penetrative power. Its lethality was much more terrifying than that of an ordinary quasi-god 3 nirvana level of attack. Yixing once again drew the green sandalwood divine bow and activated the gray flame void-destroying arrow technique. A pale flame arrow formed and targeted a weak point in the array where the 5 elements of the formation circulated slowly. At this moment, Yixing was the focus of everyone's attention. Wei Qingxian, Feng Hanqiu, and Feng Junyue's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Starsilver Death and Xingihong's eyes were slightly worried. They were afraid that something would go wrong because the 5-element sky seal formation was their last resort. Whoosh, the arrow left the bowstring and instantly pierced through the void. Everyone's attention shifted from Yixing to the flaming arrow at the same time. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. On one hand, they hoped that the flame arrow could break the array, and on the other hand, they hoped that the array light shield could block the arrow. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the flame arrow collided with the 5-color array light shield, causing a loud explosion. Yixing's arrow was an all-out attack. Its power was much more terrifying than the previous one. The tip of the arrow pierced through the surface of the five-colored light shield and pierced into it. Unfortunately, the five-colored light shield had 5 layers of defense. The 5 elements of the primordial chi circulated, and the penetrative power was quickly diverted away. In the end, the arrow only penetrated 3 layers of defense before it could no longer move forward. The surging flame energy exploded, and its power erupted instantly. It broke through another layer of defense, but the last layer of defense was still unshakable. This was Yi Xing's most powerful attack, and the attack was aimed at the weakest point of the array. However, it still couldn't break the array in one strike. The 5 elements of the primordial chi circulated, and the 4 layers of defense that had been broken through were restored in the blink of an eye. Wei Qingxian and the others were disappointed. However, Starsilver Death was overjoyed. He felt relieved. Starsilver Death chuckled. Yi Xing, how's the defensive power of the 5 elements heaven sealing formation? Hee hee. You've already used your most powerful attack, right? Unfortunately, it's still not enough. This array is maintained by an endless stream of 5 elements of primordial chi. If you can't break it with one strike, I won't be able to break it even if I give you 1,000 years. Haha. Although Xingxiang Palace was only left with a radius of 100 miles, the central area was only protected by the 5 elements heaven sealing formation. As a member of Xingxiang Palace, this should be a shameful thing. However, Starsilver Death was inexplicably happy to see Yi Xing being defeated by the 5 elements heaven sealing formation. Today, I have a lot of work to do at my relative's house. I only wrote 2 chapters for now. I'll work hard tomorrow when I return to Shenyang. Chapter 885. Starsilver Death's words reminded Yi Xing that if the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation wanted to protect Xingxiang Palace, it needed an endless supply of 5 elemental yuan qi. The 5 elemental heaven sealing formation was extremely difficult to break because the 5 elemental yuan qi was too dense. Without it, the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation's power would be greatly reduced. Even now, Yi Xing could rely on his extreme penetrative power to break through 4 layers of defense. As long as the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation's power was weakened, it wouldn't be difficult to break through. Yi Xing lowered his head and used his God Voidbreaker Eye to look underground. Not even the dirt and sand could obstruct the God Voidbreaker Eye's vision. Soon, Yi Xing could see the entire underground of the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation. The scene underground caused Yi Xing's eyes to light up, and his lips curled into a smile. 100 li below Xingxiang Palace, there were 5 enormous elemental yuan qi pools arranged in a pentagram. Each elemental yuan qi pool was about 30 li long, 30 li wide, and 30 li high. They were set up with an array that gathered elemental yuan qi of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each elemental yuan qi pool gathered one type of yuan qi. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the yuan qi in the 5 elemental yuan qi pools had reached a terrifying level. The yuan qi had condensed into yuan liquid, which in turn condensed into yuan crystals. Each elemental yuan qi pool was half a pool of yuan crystal and half a pool of yuan liquid. The yuan qi it contained was indeed enough to support the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation against quasi-god San Nirvana's attacks for 1,000 years. However, if quasi-god San Nirvana didn't attack the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation and instead directly destroyed the elemental yuan qi pools, the result would be different. As long as the elemental yuan qi pools were destroyed, the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation would lose its source of power. It wouldn't take long for quasi-god San Nirvana to forcefully break through the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation. Wei Qingxian, who had been paying attention to Yi Xing, immediately noticed the change in Yi Xing's expression and asked, Yi Xing, do you have a solution? Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue immediately looked at Yi Xing, their eyes filled with hope. Yi Xing nodded. It's not difficult to break this formation. Feng Hanqiu looked excited. How do we break the array? Inside the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation, Starsilver Death's expression changed slightly. Yi Xing's words made him feel a trace of fear. However, Star Silver Death was still very confident in the five elements heaven-sealing formation left behind by the founder of Celestial Elephant Palace. He immediately calmed his mind. Star Silver Death sneered. You think it's easy to break the formation? Ha! Yi Xing, go ahead and attack. I want to see what kind of ability you have that you dare to speak so arrogantly and attempt to break the formation. Yi Xing drew the green sandalwood divine bow again, his eyes filled with confidence. Then watch carefully. A pale white flame arrow rapidly condensed and took shape. Yi Xing placed the azure sandalwood divine bow at the bottom of the bow. The arrow was not aimed at the five elements heaven-sealing formation ahead, but the ground outside the five elements heaven-sealing formation. Wei Qingxian, Feng Hanqiu, and Feng Junyue all looked puzzled. However, Star Silver Death's expression changed drastically inside the five-colored light shield. Of course, Star Silver Death knew that the power source of the five elements heaven-sealing formation was the five elements pool beneath the ground. However, the five elements pool was hundreds of miles underground. Even if someone cultivated an eye technique and had powerful eyesight that could see through one or two layers of objects, what kind of eye technique could see through hundreds of miles of dirt and sand? Star Silver Death had never heard of such an eye technique. However, Yi Xing's arrow was aimed at the ground of the five elements heaven-sealing formation. This shocked Star Silver Death. Maybe, he's only guessing that the power source of the five elements heaven-sealing formation is underground, and he hasn't really seen it, so he's just attacking randomly? Star Silver Death guessed. This was the only way he could feel relieved. If Yi Xing was just attacking randomly, Star Silver Death would be much calmer. The five elements pool was connected to the five elements heaven-sealing formation. It wouldn't be that easy to destroy it. If he attacked the five elements pool directly, no matter which pool it was, it would have the defensive power of the five elements heaven-sealing formation. However, the connecting channels between the five elements pools were the weakest. Even a quasi-god of Nirvana 2 could break through it without the attack of a quasi-god of Nirvana 3. The five elements pools were connected by five channels, which formed a five-pointed star. The five elements pools were the five corners of the five-pointed star. Compared to the five elements pools, which were 30 miles in length, width, and height, the five connecting channels were very small. They were only about 1 meter in diameter. If he attacked randomly, it was unlikely that he would be able to hit the connecting channels that were only 1 meter in diameter. However, the reality was the exact opposite of what Star Silver Death had guessed. The five connecting passages could be said to be the five flaws of the five elements heaven-sealing formation. Yi Xing's void-breaking god eyes could see them clearly. The target of the flaming arrow was also locked onto one of the connecting passages. Whoosh! Yi Xing released the bowstring. The flaming arrow left the bowstring instantly and shot into the ground. The resistance of the ground was more than 10 times stronger than that of air. However, the flaming arrow's penetrative power was terrifying. It only took one breath for it to travel 100 miles underground. The flaming arrow made a turn underground, bypassing the defense above the five elements pool. It shot to the bottom of the five elements pool, then turned upward and shot into one of the connecting channels. The ground shook violently. The five-colored light shield of the five elements heaven-sealing formation shook violently. With one of the connecting channels broken, the balance between the five elements pools was broken. The five elements heaven-sealing formation was immediately affected. Wei Qingxian, Feng Hanqiu, and Feng Junyue were overjoyed. It seemed that Yi Xing's attack was very effective. In the five-colored light shield, Star Silver Death's face turned pale instantly. He was controlling the formation. How could he not know that the balance of the five elements pool was broken? Beside him, Xing Yuehong's face was not any better. She looked anxious. If the five elements heaven-sealing formation was broken, Xingxiang Palace would be destroyed. She and Xing Yuehong would not be able to escape. Whoosh! Yi Xing's Sagittarius and Vermilion bird constellations appeared above his head. He held the azure sandalwood divine bow in his hand and used the azure flame void destroying arrow technique. He shot another arrow into the ground. The ground shook again. The five-colored light shield shook violently again. Another connecting channel was broken by the flaming arrow. Whoosh! 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 Yixing shot an arrow every 2 breaths. In just 10 breaths, he shot 5 arrows consecutively. All the connecting channels between the 5 elements pools were destroyed. Rumble, the ground shook violently. With the 5 channels destroyed, the 5 elements pools lost their balance and began to collapse. The tremors were more than 10 times greater than before. Rays of light rushed out from the ground. They were white, green, black, red, and yellow. They represented the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements chi. The 5 elements pool was too rich. At this moment, the eruption created gullies that were hundreds of miles deep in the ground. The range of the 5 elements chi was hundreds of miles. The 5 elements heaven ceiling formation above suffered the greatest impact. It shook violently and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yixing and the other 3 retreated hundreds of miles away. They quietly watched the 5 elements chi erupt. In the 5-colored light shield, Xing Yuehong and Xing Yuehong's faces were pale. They were filled with despair. Chapter 888. Hearing how Wei Qingxian addressed him, Yixing immediately understood the identity of the blurry man in front of him. Wei Qingshuan's father was naturally reincarnation supremacy. Yixing had heard Wei Qingxian mention him many times, but he had never seen him. Although he didn't even see reincarnation supremacy's appearance clearly today, Yixing finally had an understanding of how terrifying a supremacy was. Wei Qingxian said happily, "Father, are you here to take us to Reincarnation Palace?" Reincarnation supremacy shook his head. "You? No. Xian, I'm here to take you. With your aptitude, you will be in great danger in a high-level continent. Only in Reincarnation Palace can I protect you." Wei Qingxian was stunned and grabbed Yixing's hand. "Yixing and I are together. How can I leave Yixing alone? Father, take Yixing to Reincarnation Palace too. His aptitude is very good, and his strength is even stronger than Xian Er's." Yixing also held Wei Qingshuan's hand tightly. He had never felt that there would be any obstacles between him and Wei Qingxian, but now he realized that Wei Qingxian was the daughter of a supremacy. Reincarnation supremacy might not take a fancy to a little genius king like him. Many true god experts had appeared in the Dark Star continent, but no one had ever heard of a true god becoming a supremacy. It could be seen that even a true god expert was nothing in the eyes of a supremacy. Yixing was an 8-star emperor, but he had the strength of a second nirvana quasi-god. It was indeed heaven-defying. If a true god expert knew about it, they would have to look at him in a new light. However, it was far from enough to catch the eye of a supremacy. As Yixing expected, reincarnation supremacy glanced at him. He felt that his whole body was seen through, but reincarnation supremacy didn't show any special expression. 5-star blue fate, vermilion bird constellation, proficient in archery, has the blood essence of a true god of archery in his body, and also has a rank 6 fire seed. His combat power is no weaker than a 1 nirvana quasi-god. Except for the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation, everything about Yixing was revealed by reincarnation supremacy. He will be a supreme expert among the quasi-gods in the future, but it will be difficult for him to become a true god. His achievements will be limited. Xian, his aptitude is worlds apart from yours. He is not worthy of you. To the reincarnation supremacy, even a true god was nothing. However, to be able to become the strongest among the quasi-gods, one's achievements were indeed limited. In the reincarnation palace, there were a lot of true gods and countless quasi-gods. There was no difference between having a supreme expert among the quasi-gods and not having one. Seeing that reincarnation supremacy looked down on Yixing, Wei Qingxian immediately became anxious. "Father, you are wrong. Yixing has the paramount constellation and has the strength to kill a second nirvana quasi-god. Yixing's potential is not inferior to Xian's. Furthermore, Xian has already become partners with Yixing. Father, don't separate us. Reincarnation Supremacy said, Xian, I sent you to a lower continent to let you experience the difficulties of martial arts, not to let you fall in love. Your mother lost her life to save you. I need you to focus on martial arts and become a supremacy. Only then can you join hands with me to save your mother's life. He is only a 5-star blue fate, and it will be difficult for him to become a true god in the future. His lifespan is only a few thousand years. Even if he has the paramount constellation, what's the use? As for you, if you become a true god, you will have a lifespan of 30,000 years. If you become a supremacy, your lifespan will be eternal. At that time, what kind of partner can't you find? With a wave of Reincarnation Supremacy's hand, Yixing and Wei Qingxian separated. Yixing wanted to move, but he couldn't. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't open his mouth. The Supremacy's methods were mysterious. Now, apart from being able to see and think, he was no different from a statue. Wei Qingxian saw this and said in shock, Father, what did you do to Yixing? My heart already belongs to him. Even if I have a long lifespan, I won't like anyone else. Yixing and I have a promise to reach the peak of martial arts and become supremacies together. Father, don't hurt him. Become supremacies together. Reincarnation Supremacy seemed to be moved and laughed. Does he really have such ambitions? Wei Qingxian nodded. Yixing found that the shackles on his body had disappeared and nodded again and again. Reincarnation Supremacy said, Young man, becoming a supremacy is not something that can be done with words. You have built a top-grade imperial body and have a supreme celestial form. You do have the qualifications to become a supremacy, but your chances of becoming a true god are not high. Becoming a supremacy, hee. Do you know how many true gods have wanted to become a supremacy since ancient times, but they couldn't take this step? Yixing said, If there is a will, there is a way. Whether it can be done or not, we will only know if we persevere. Senior, this junior doesn't ask Senior to take me to the Reincarnation Palace, but I beg Senior to tell me the location of the Reincarnation Palace and how to get there. In the future, I will go there with my own ability. At that time, Senior will not stop me and Qingxian. There were only 3 high-level continents in the flowing light world. The Dark Star Temple, the Radiance Temple, and the Star River Temple were the 3 strongest forces. The Reincarnation Palace was definitely not in the flowing light world. It was unknown how far it was from here. Yixing had become a 9-star king. He could go to the Heavenly Bao continent and obtain Luo Tiangong's inheritance. He could enter the Star's secret realm and explore the treasures left behind by the Star's supremacy. If Reincarnation Supremacy took him to the Reincarnation Palace now, it would be difficult for him to come back. Therefore, Yixing was unwilling to be taken away by Reincarnation Supremacy. Ha ha ha. Reincarnation Supremacy laughed. He pointed his hand and a message shot into Yixing's mind. Young man, you talk big. However, it's not that easy to go to the Reincarnation Palace. If you can really go there with your own ability, I will do as you say and allow you to interact with Xian. Xian, let's go. As soon as Reincarnation Supremacy finished speaking, he waved his hand. His and Wei Qingxuan's figures gradually turned illusory. They left the space passage and disappeared. Yixing, I'll wait for you. Only Wei Qingxuan's voice was still echoing. Whoosh. As soon as Reincarnation Supremacy left, the space passage immediately returned to its normal state. The still void torrent moved instantly and traveled hundreds of millions of miles in a breath. Yixing moved forward with the void torrent, but his mind was focused on the message left behind by Reincarnation Supremacy. As Yixing expected, the Reincarnation Palace was indeed not in the flowing light world. It was located in the center of the Reincarnation region, the Reincarnation world. This world was made up of many worlds. It was called the Black Cloud World. In the black cloud world, one person had 3,000 worlds. The flowing light world was only one of the 3,000 worlds. There were more than 200 worlds nearby that belonged to the reincarnation region. The reincarnation palace was the most powerful force in the reincarnation region. It was called the reincarnation holy land. Reincarnation supremacy was the most powerful person in the reincarnation region. In the reincarnation region, every world had a teleportation formation that led to the reincarnation world. However, the distance between the worlds was extremely far. It was countless times farther than the distance between the continents in the starry sky. The space passage formed by the teleportation formation was very chaotic. Only real God experts could withstand it. Therefore, if one wanted to leave the world through the teleportation formation, one must at least have the strength of a real God expert. Chapter 889. The Strength of a True God Expert. Yixing sighed inwardly. His current strength was stronger than a second Nirvana quasi-god, but his attack power was only at the level of a third Nirvana quasi-god. However, if he really fought with a third Nirvana quasi-god, he would definitely lose. After all, strength was not only in terms of attack power, but also in terms of defense, reaction, and so on. The difference in strength between each realm of quasi-god was huge, especially between a sixth Nirvana quasi-god and a true god expert. It was like a natural chasm. Yixing still had a long way to go to reach the level of a true god. Not long after, Yixing reached the end of the space passage and was repelled by the void torrent. He appeared in the sky above a 10,000-foot tall mountain. He had arrived at the dark star continent. Yixing looked back and could not see the space passage. Even with his god eye of void piercing, he could only see a tiny point in space. This was a space passage that could only be entered but not returned. Unless one had the strength of a true god expert, one could break the rules and travel in reverse between the starry star continents. Qingxian, wait for me. I will definitely go to the Samsara Palace to find you. Wei Qingshuan's figure flashed across Yixing's mind. The god eye of void piercing pierced through the void. Yixing confirmed the direction, and the azure cloud wings appeared on his back as he sped away. The dark star continent was more than 10 times larger than the starry crescent land. It was extremely vast. The last time he went from the starry crescent land to the dark star continent, he took the void crossing divine boat, which could teleport tens of thousands of miles in a breath. That was why he could reach the dark star temple so quickly. Yixing did not have such speed. If he wanted to go to the dark star temple, he had to use the nearby transmission formation. About 1,000,000 miles away, Yixing saw a huge city and flew toward it at a speed of 1,000 miles in a breath. A little more than 15 minutes later, Yixing arrived at the big city called Shui City. Shui City was vast, with a radius of 10,000 miles. Other than the 3,000 miles around the center of the city that was protected by a formation, the rest of the area was not protected by a formation. Yixing flew directly into the sky above Shui City, heading towards the teleportation hall in the city. Stop! As soon as Yixing entered Shui City, a loud roar could be heard. A 9-star martial monarch flew out from somewhere in the city and blocked Yixing's path. Yixing stopped more than 100 miles away and asked, "What's the matter?" In the sky above Shui City, other than the central region's array formation, there were also other cultivators flying. It was clear that Shui City did not prohibit flying. Yixing asked himself if he had violated any city rules. The 9-star Great Emperor looked greedily at the azure cloud wings on Yixing's back. What a great flying artifact! It can actually allow an 8-star monarch's speed to reach such a level. He's much faster than an ordinary quasi-god. Yixing snorted. The other party was actually coveting his azure cloud wings and wanted him to stop. The 9-star martial monarch shifted his gaze from the blue cloud wings to Yixing's face and asked, "Who are you?" Yixing coldly glanced at the other party. "What does it have to do with you?" The 9-star martial monarch chuckled. "I am Shui Mang, a member of the Shui family in Shui City." Master Shui has taken a fancy to your flying artifact. I'll give you 100,000 high-grade crystals. Not for sale. Yixing spat out 2 words. He turned into a ray of light and instantly went around Shui Mang. Shui Mang was furious. Stop right there. Yixing arrived above the teleportation hall in a few breaths. He descended and treated Shui Mang, who was chasing behind him, as air. Entering the teleportation hall, Yixing handed over 100,000 high-grade crystals and immediately ordered, teleport, to the Dark Star Divine Palace. The Dark Star Divine Palace was the strongest force in the Dark Star continent. The Dark Star dynasty behind it ruled the entire Dark Star continent. Hearing this, the array master in the hall did not dare to delay and quickly adjusted the array formation. At this moment, Shui Mang arrived at the teleportation hall and barged in aggressively. Master Shui asked you to stop and you still dare to run? Do you want to die? The moment he entered the teleportation hall, Shui Mang's figure flashed and rushed toward Yixing. As he spoke, he threw a punch at Yixing's face. Boom! The void trembled and the air exploded. The martial artists in the teleportation hall were shocked. However, when they saw that the one who threw the punch was Shui Mang, they were enlightened. The Shui family was the ruler of Shui City. Shui Mang was only a martial monarch and not a quasi-god, but he was a direct descendant of the Shui family. He was the son of a direct descendant of the Shui family. In Shui City, even a quasi-god would not dare to offend this master. However, the array master who adjusted the array formation for Yixing knew that Yixing was going to the Dark Star Divine Palace. He probably had a powerful background. Master Shui. They wanted to warn Shui Mang, but it was too late. Just as they spoke, Shui Mang's fist had already reached Yixing's face. A mere 9-star martial monarch dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Yixing snorted and pointed a finger. The finger was like an arrow, instantly hitting Shui Mang's fist. The energy around the fist was penetrated by the arrow, and the sharp arrow pierced his fist. Shui Mang immediately felt a sharp pain as if he had been electrocuted. With a miserable groan, his fist went limp. Bang! At this time, Yixing kicked out. The energy footprint hit Shui Mang's stomach, and Shui Mang was immediately sent flying out of the teleportation hall. A breath later, Shui Mang rushed in again. He pointed at Yixing and shouted, "You dare to attack me in Shui City?" Yixing's gaze was sharp. "Oh. You're a little 9-star martial monarch. Could it be that you're the king of Shui City? You don't even care about the Dark Star Divine Palace?" Dark Star Divine Palace? Shui Mang was stunned. Yixing wasn't wearing the Dark Star Divine Palace's disciple robe, so he didn't think that Yixing was a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. The Dark Star Divine Palace had only recently recruited disciples 15 years ago. It was impossible for a new disciple to reach the 8th level of Astral Sea Realm so quickly. If it was an old disciple who had a flying divine tool, he definitely wouldn't be an ordinary disciple. He should have cultivated for more than 100 years and shouldn't still be in the 8th level of Astral Sea Realm. Shui Mang had secretly judged that Yixing wasn't a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, which was why he dared to target the Azure Cloud Wings. However, he didn't know that Yixing was an exception among the outer disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. He had been in the Dark Star Divine Palace for 15 years, but he had only stayed in the Dark Star Divine Palace for a year. After that, he had traveled to several space continents and outer space continents. Fortuitous encounters came one after another. In just 15 years, he had already reached the 8th level of Astral Sea Realm. Shui Mang said angrily, "Are you trying to scare Master Mang? What kind of Dark Star Divine Palace disciple are you?" As he spoke, Shui Mang looked at the array master who was adjusting Yixing's array. Stop for Master Mang. Don't let this brat go. When my Shui family's quasi-god arrives, we'll make him suffer. Yixing took out the Dark Star Divine Palace's disciple token. Your Shui City's Shui family doesn't put the Dark Star Divine Palace in your eyes? The Shui family had Shui Nan, a true god expert. As an inner elder of the Dark Star Divine Palace, they were indeed a prominent force in the Dark Star continent. However, even so, the Shui family was only an ordinary 5-star family. There was a world of difference between them and the Dark Star Divine Palace. How would the Shui family's disciples dare to look down on the Dark Star Divine Palace's disciples? After taking out the token, Yixing's identity was naturally confirmed. Shui Meng left dejectedly. Yixing returned to the Dark Star Divine Palace through the teleportation array. Chapter 890. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, Yixing returned to the 10th peak. 15 years had passed, and many of the outer disciples had become 4-star kings. Some were even 5-star kings and had become inner disciples. Most of the outer disciples had become 3-star kings. Only half of them were left. The disciples from the Starry Crescent land who were originally 2-star and 3-star kings had all broken through to become inner disciples. Even Feng Xiaoxiao, who was originally an 8-star king, had broken through to become a 4-star king 3 years ago and became an inner disciple. Mo Qingyang, the peak master of the 10th peak, met Yixing. Good. You are indeed the top disciple of the 10th peak. Since you have not returned from the Heavenly Bao continent, I knew that you had obtained Luo Tiangong's treasure and would have a bright future. I did not expect you to become an 8-star king in just 15 years. You really surprised me. Among all the outer disciples of the 10th peak, Zhuo Fifan from the 7th peak had the fastest cultivation breakthrough. However, he is only a 6-star king now. Although more than half of the outer disciples of the 10th peak had become inner disciples, none of them had become advanced kings. However, Yixing was an 8-star king. In comparison, Yixing's cultivation was indeed special. He had improved at a godly speed. More importantly, the other disciples were all cultivating in the Dark Star Divine Palace. They had returned from the Heavenly Bao continent with a large number of contribution points and abundant resources. Yixing's cultivation had improved so quickly in the Starry Crescent land, which was a low-level continent, and then in the Starry Crescent land, which was a middle-level continent. As the peak master of the 10th peak, Mo Qingyang was, of course, happy that Yixing had come out of the 10th peak. He personally brought Yixing to the inner disciples. In the future, when Yixing achieved something, he, the peak master of the 10th peak, would also be proud. The inner disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were much more complicated than the outer disciples. The outer disciples would recruit disciples from the Dark Star land every 50 years and from the middle-level continents every 100 years. Once these outer disciples became 4-star kings, they would be transferred to the inner disciples. Batches after batches of outer disciples transferred to the inner disciples. Only a small number of them became quasi-gods and became core disciples. The rest stayed in the inner disciples. Everyone under 1,000 years old was a disciple. After 1,000 years of accumulation, there were 20 batches of outer sect disciples gathered in one place. Naturally, there were hundreds of thousands of people. After collecting the inner disciple identity card and clothes, Yixing asked Mo Qingyang, Peak Master Qingyang, is there a good place in the Dark Star Divine Palace where I can raise my cultivation quickly? Mo Qingyang knew that since Yixing had become an 8-star king at such a young age, he was definitely going to break through to the quasi-god realm. In the future, he even wanted to break through to the true god realm. The earlier he broke through to quasi-god, the greater his potential and the greater his chances of becoming a true god in the future. Therefore, raising one's cultivation level was of utmost importance to martial artists. Mo Qingyang recommended a place to Yixing. Regarding the Dark Star Godly Palace, the Star Origin Pagoda is the best place to increase one's cultivation base. There is a level 7 energy gathering array at the bottom of the Star Origin Pagoda, which gathers the Star Origin Chi between heaven and earth into the Star Origin Pagoda. The first level of the Star Origin Pagoda can double the cultivation effect, the second level can double the cultivation effect, and the third level can triple the cultivation effect. Upon hearing this, Yixing was delighted. The third level of the Star Origin Pagoda is indeed very effective. Given the abundance of star origin chi in the Dark Star continent, he would only need a dozen years to break through to the 9-star Great Emperor realm. If he could raise his cultivation effect by 3 times on the 3rd level of the Star Origin Pagoda, he would only need 3 to 4 years to break through, which was enough to shorten the time by 10 years. Mo Qingyang chuckled, of course. However, the 3rd level of the Star Origin Pagoda is not a place that anyone can enter as they wish. There is only one cultivation room on the 3rd level, which can only sustain one person's cultivation. Yixing was surprised as he asked, only one person can cultivate? Then who should go? Mo Qingyang said, of course it should be the first inner disciple. This is the benefit of the first inner disciple. The first inner disciple can cultivate for a month. On the first day of every month, the other disciples can challenge the first inner disciple. The winner will be the new first and can enter the 3rd level of the Star Origin Pagoda to cultivate. On the first day of the next month, they will have to accept challenges from other disciples. The first inner disciple was a 9th level Astral Sea Realm cultivator. No matter how strong he was and how unrivaled he was among the kings, Yixing was confident that he could defeat him. Yixing's expression became restless. The first day of every month? There are still 3 days before the first day of the next month. I have to give it a try. Mo Qingyang said, there are many inner disciples. It is not easy to stand out. The first level of the Star Origin Pagoda can accommodate 1 person, the 2nd level can accommodate 10 people, and the 3rd level can accommodate 100 people. Only the top 101st will be qualified to cultivate in the Star Origin Pagoda. When Yixing was at the 9th star Venerate Lord, he defeated a 3-star king and became the first disciple of the 10th peak. Mo Qingyang knew that Yixing was very strong and had the ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. However, most of the outer disciples from the last 20 batches of inner disciples were stuck at the 9-star king level and had yet to become a quasi-god. They had been stuck at the 9-star king level for a long time, some for 100 years, and some for a few hundred years. It was difficult for their cultivation to improve, so they could only improve their strength. Those who could rank among the top among the hundreds of thousands of inner disciples all had extraordinary strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that even the 100th inner disciple was far stronger than an ordinary 9-star peak king. On the Dark Star continent, many 9-star kings were at the top of their peers. However, when compared to the inner court disciples of the Dark Star Temple, they were no match for the inner court disciples who were ranked 100th in the inner court. As for the top 10 inner disciples, they were even stronger. They were unrivaled in the same cultivation level. Even if 10 9-star kings worked together, they would not be a match for them. Those who could rank first were even more terrifying. Those who could rank first among the hundreds of thousands of inner disciples were almost invincible except for quasi-gods. Even the top inner disciple of the Dark Star Temple had managed to defeat a quasi-god before. For example, the current temple master, the Divine Emperor, had ranked first among the inner disciples for a few years. He was so strong that even a second Nirvana quasi-god was no match for him. Many core disciples were embarrassed by him. Although Mo Qingyang knew that Yixing had outstanding ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation level, he did not expect that Yixing would become the top inner disciple. In his opinion, it was good enough that Yixing could enter the top 101 and cultivate in the Star Origin Pagoda. It would be best if he could enter the top 10. 3 days passed in a flash. There were too few people in the Dark Star Temple who knew Yixing. His addition did not cause any ripples. During these 3 days, Yixing met with Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhuo Fifan, and other familiar people and passed the days peacefully. On the first day of every month, all the disciples were qualified to challenge the disciples cultivating in the Star Origin Pagoda. Yixing issued a challenge to the current top inner disciple, Kong Peng. Chapter 891. On this day, the challenge platform of the Dark Star Temple was very lively. On the huge square, there were 9 challenge platforms where battles were going on at the same time. The first to start were the disciples on the 3rd floor of the Star Origin Pagoda, who were ranked 12th to 101st on the inner disciple ranking. They were challenged by other inner disciples. The third floor of the Star Origin Pagoda had a total of 100 cultivation rooms. The disciples who challenged the third floor were weaker than the disciples on the first and second floors. Therefore, the number of challenges on the third floor was the highest. However, although there were many challengers, only a few were able to win. Kings had cultivated for more than 100 years and their cultivation base was solidified. It was difficult for them to continue improving their strength. The disciples who could rank in the top 100 were all outstanding. The rest of the disciples were no match for them in the past and would find it difficult to be their match in the future. More than 2 hours later, the challenges on the third floor were over. After hundreds of battles, more than 90% of the challengers were defeated. Only a few people successfully entered the top 101st to obtain the qualification to cultivate in the Star Origin Pagoda. With their aptitude, it was impossible for them to cross the Nirvana tribulation and become a quasi-god even if they cultivated normally for 1,000 years. However, cultivating in the Star Origin Pagoda was faster and there was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, all the inner disciples were scrambling for the Star Origin Pagoda. After the challenges on the third floor were over, it was time for the challenges on the second floor. The disciples on the second floor were ranked 2nd to 11th. Their strength was one level higher than the top 100 disciples. The number of disciples who dared to challenge them was much fewer. In total, only 7 disciples challenged the disciples on the second floor. Moreover, these 7 disciples were the best among the disciples on the third floor. They were in the top 20 on the inner disciple ranking. After 7 battles, only the 12th disciple won and replaced the 11th disciple to enter the second floor of the Star Origin Pagoda. After the challenges on the second floor were over, the disciples who were watching the battles instinctively left. In addition to the genius disciples of the previous batch who had become quasi-gods, the title of the first inner disciple fell on Kong Peng 10 years ago. In these 10 years, Kong Peng had faced countless challenges but had never been defeated. His strength was far beyond the second disciple. In the entire inner sect, no one could compete with him. A few years ago, the top 10 disciples were brave enough to challenge Kong Peng. However, after repeated failures, they gave up. In the last 2 years, Kong Peng did not face a single challenge. Therefore, all the disciples instinctively thought that once the second floor's challenge was over, the day's challenge would be over. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the stage. This person was dressed in black and looked to be in his 30s. He was tall and had a terrifying aura. Eh! Many inner court disciples exclaimed in surprise. The one who stepped onto the stage was actually the number 1 inner court disciple, Kong Peng. Kong Peng went up on stage. Didn't this mean that someone wanted to challenge him? Who was this person? All the inner disciples were guessing. Kong Peng's gaze swept across the disciples like a sharp knife. Yi Xing, who challenged me, show yourself. Yi Xing. When the inner disciples heard this name, they began to ponder over it, only to realize that they didn't recognize it. Yi Xing had only stayed on the 10th peak of the Dark Star Sacred Palace for a year, so the inner disciples didn't know him. Even the disciples who had entered the inner court from the outer court did not think of Yi Xing. After all, there had been no news of Yi Xing for 15 years. Moreover, the number 1 inner court disciple was extremely powerful. However, Shuo Fifan, who had the highest cultivation after entering the inner court, was only a 6-star king. He hadn't stepped onto the stage of the inner court yet. Of course, they didn't realize that the Yi Xing that Kong Peng mentioned was the number 1 outer court disciple of the 10th peak, Yi Xing Whoosh. As soon as Kong Peng finished speaking, a figure flashed and appeared on the stage. It was Yi Xing. Seeing Yi Xing, all the disciples were surprised. They had never seen this inner court disciple before. Apparently, he was a nobody. It was really shocking that he dared to challenge the number 1 inner court disciple, Kong Peng. As for the outer court disciples who had entered the inner court, many of them were elites who had entered the Heavenly Bao continent. They recognized Yi Xing and were even more shocked. Yi Xing had not returned from the Heavenly Bao continent for 15 years. Now, he suddenly appeared and dared to challenge the number one inner court disciple. Kong Peng's sharp eyes immediately locked on Yixing. He stared at Yixing for a while and said, nobody dares to challenge me, Kong Peng. Boy, you're a new disciple, right? Do you know the rules? The number one inner court disciple had great benefits. Everyone wanted this position. However, no one dared to challenge the number one inner court disciple just because they wanted it. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of inner court disciples would challenge Kong Peng. Kong Peng would be exhausted to death. In order to prevent the top-ranked disciples from encountering too many unnecessary challenges, the Dark Star Divine Palace set up a rule and gave the challenged disciples the right to teach the challenging disciples a serious lesson without harming their lives. With this rule, disciples who were not powerful would not dare to challenge others casually. Otherwise, they would be beaten so badly that they would not be able to get out of bed for half a month. Yixing was a nobody. Kong Peng did not know that there was an inner court disciple like him. He guessed that he must be a new disciple who did not know the rules. Most of the inner court disciples thought so too. Someone shouted, nobody dares to challenge Senior Kong Peng. Isn't he courting death? Senior Kong Peng, teach him a serious lesson so that he will remember. Yixing met Kong Peng's sharp eyes and smiled casually. Can't a nobody challenge you? Besides, I'm a nobody now. However, if I defeat you, I'll be famous. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, a sharp aura exploded from Yixing's body. His energy shot up to the sky and the wind and clouds receded. Yixing's aura was comparable to that of a quasi-god. It was surging to the extreme. Kong Peng was shocked. His aura could not be compared to Yixing, an 8-star king. Whoosh, a beam of starlight shot up to the sky. Kong Peng used his astral aspect. It was an extreme wind element astral aspect. Yixing used his astral aspect at the same time. It was the Saint-grade vermilion bird aspect. Its power was even stronger and suppressed Kong Peng. Kong Peng was even more shocked. His aura and astral aspect were suppressed by Yixing. This was out of his expectations. However, Kong Peng snorted and a pair of low-grade divine weapon gloves appeared in his hands. The Kong family was a 5-star family on the Dark Star continent. The old ancestor of the family was a true god expert and an inner court elder of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Kong Peng's status in the Kong family was not low. He was also the number one inner court disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. The Kong family rewarded him with a low-grade divine weapon, which was the gloves. You don't have a divine weapon, right? Humph. Kong Peng snorted in his heart. His figure flashed and turned into afterimages as he charged toward Yixing. Chapter 892. Yixing raised his hand, and the middle-grade divine weapon, Azure Sandalwood Divine Bow, appeared in his hand. Using the Azure Flame Void Annihilation Arrow art, Yixing swung the bow, creating a pale white shadow of a flaming bow, filled with violent power. Boom! Kong Peng's phantom was useless in front of Yixing. The flaming bow accurately hit Kong Peng's real body, blocking his attack. Yixing was as immovable as a mountain, not moving at all. On the other hand, Kong Peng was shocked as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His body shot backward, landing on the ground and retreating continuously. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated to the edge of the stage, almost being blasted off the stage by Yixing. The exchange between the two seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. As the number one inner disciple, Kong Peng's strength couldn't be said to be weak. If a quasi-god didn't appear, no one would be his match. Even a 9-star king of the same realm would find it difficult to take a single blow from him. However, Yixing's strength was far beyond a 9-star king's, even if he didn't use the black hole astrology or Sagittarius constellation. Kong Peng naturally wasn't his match. This result was not only beyond Kong Peng's expectations, but also the inner disciples. Although Yixing's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the astral sea realm, his strength was heaven-defying. What shocked Kong Peng even more was the azure sandalwood divine bow in Yixing's hand. He said in a shocked voice, "Mid-grade divine weapon." His only sense of superiority was the divine weapon in his hand, which was extremely rare among inner disciples. He didn't expect that Yixing's divine weapon was also a level higher than his. The divine weapon in his hand was actually a mid-grade divine weapon. Whether it was aura, astrology, divine weapon, or strength, Kong Peng was completely suppressed by Yixing. Only his cultivation was higher than Yixing's by one level. However, he couldn't do anything else other than having a higher cultivation by one level. This made him seem even more cowardly. Kong Peng's fighting spirit immediately plummeted. In front of Yixing, he was only left with an inferiority complex. "Remember, I am Yixing, titled Arrow Emperor." Yixing shouted loudly. His figure was like a ray of light as he instantly appeared in front of Kong Peng. He swept the azure sandalwood divine bow horizontally, and another flaming bow shadow shot out. The speed of the flaming bow was too fast, exceeding the limits of a king's reaction. Kong Peng couldn't dodge at all, and could only raise his palm to block. Bang! The flaming bow struck Kong Peng's palms, and with a loud bang, Kong Peng spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying off the stage. Yixing won easily. The inner disciples looked at each other in shock. They had expected this battle to end very quickly, and one side would win easily. However, they had thought that Kong Peng would win easily, but in the end, it was Yixing who won easily. An 8-star king, an unknown new disciple, had actually defeated Kong Peng and become the #1 inner disciple. This result was very difficult for the inner disciples to accept. Some of them had cultivated for more than 100 years, while others had cultivated for hundreds of years. Many of them had stopped at the 9th level of the Star Sea realm, but they couldn't compare to a new disciple who had entered the sect for 15 years and was only an 8-star king. However, regardless of whether they felt good or not, Kong Peng had been defeated. Even Kong Peng wasn't a match for Yixing, so they naturally weren't a match for him. Yixing was originally a nobody, but now, everyone knew his name and remembered his title of Arrow Emperor. Of course, many disciples who cultivated the Tao of archery didn't like the title of Arrow Emperor. Immediately, a disciple who cultivated the Tao of archery started to make things difficult for Yixing. "How dare you give yourself the title of Arrow Emperor? You really have guts. Do you think that you are invincible among the kings of archery and that no one is a match for you?" The title of Arrow Emperor was given by Wei Qingxian, and Yixing liked it very much. Now that Wei Qingxian wasn't by his side, Yixing missed her very much. Since it was given by Wei Qingxian, Yixing would naturally maintain the title given by Yixing. Yixing's eyes were like lightning as he looked at that inner disciple and said coldly, "I am the Arrow Emperor. If you don't like it, come and fight me." That disciple's neck shrank. He was in the top 50 of the inner disciple rankings, and was far from the top 10. How would he dare to fight with the #1 inner disciple, Yixing? Yixing's gaze swept across all the inner disciples. "I am the Arrow Emperor. If anyone doesn't like it, you can come and fight me." When they met Yixing's gaze, all the inner disciples lowered their heads. Kong Peng was already strong enough, and no one in the inner disciples could match him. As an archery martial artist, Yixing had defeated Kong Peng with just a wave of his bow. Everyone could see that Yixing's strength was far superior to Kong Peng's. Who would dare to fight with Yixing? "Little king, what big words!" A cold shout came from afar. The voice was filled with disdain and resentment, and there was also a terrifying aura. Whoosh! As soon as the voice finished speaking, a beam of light streaked across the sky and stopped in the air, revealing a young figure. This person was walking on air and could fly in the air above the inner disciples. He was a quasi-god. All the disciples looked at the young man in the air. Many of them cupped their fists and bowed. "Greetings, senior brother Shuang." Kong Peng was the same. He had a respectful expression when facing this senior brother Shuang. Shuang was a first nirvana quasi-god and a core disciple. His status was much higher than that of the inner disciples. Yixing looked at Shuang with a calm expression. Senior brother, my title is the Arrow Emperor. I don't think I'll get in your way, right? Shuang stared at Yixing, his eyes filled with killing intent. Your bullshit title has nothing to do with this god. However, you killed my younger brother, Shuizi. This god has to settle the score with you. Shuizi, this was a name that had been buried in the depths of Yixing's memory. If no one mentioned it, Yixing would not even think about it. In the Heavenly Bao continent, Shuizi had chased after Yixing but was killed by Yixing. Only Hu Yanlong had seen this with her eye technique. Later, Yixing had killed Hu Yanlong with a void-piercing arrow. However, Hu Yanlong had told the other disciples that Yixing had killed Shuizi. It seemed like one of the disciples had told the Shui family about this. Yixing would never admit that Hu Yanlong, who had seen him kill Shuizi, was dead. He said, Senior brother Shuang, you're mistaken. When did I kill Shuizi? Shui Ying's eyes were fierce. Hu Yanlong saw it with her own eyes. Although Hu Yanlong is dead, she is my younger brother's fiancée. She would never lie about the cause of my brother's death. Yixing, you killed a fellow disciple in the Heavenly Bao continent. This is a capital offense. Today, this god will take your life as an offering to my younger brother's soul in heaven. Shuang killed without hesitation. He activated his Saint-Tier demonic wind star form and took out a low-grade divine weapon. Heavenly Wind Demonic Sword Art. Shuang formed a sword art with his hands. The low-grade divine weapon shone brightly and shot out a terrifying demonic sword light. It fell from the sky and slashed at Yixing outside the challenge stage. The inner disciples were shocked. They did not expect Shuang to kill someone in the Dark Star God Palace. They retreated in all directions. However, they remembered that Shuang was avenging his younger brother. Many disciples could understand Shui Ying's emotions. However, Yixing, who had just won the first place, was in trouble. In the eyes of the inner disciples, once a quasi-god was angry, Yixing would definitely die. Chapter 893. To think that Shuang would actually try to kill him in front of so many people. This action was beyond Yixing's expectations. However, if Shuang really killed Yixing, although it was against the rules of the palace, killing a fellow disciple in public would have a huge impact and he would not be able to avoid punishment. However, as a core disciple, Shui Ying's status was much higher than that of an inner disciple, and he was eager to avenge his brother. If he was willing, he would probably be pardoned from the death penalty and would only suffer some punishment. Because of this, Shuang dared to kill him in front of so many people. If he captured Yixing and let the disciplinary hall sentence Yixing, Yixing would insist that he did not kill Shuizi. In the Heavenly Bao continent, he had broken the restrictions of the Heavenly Bao Hall and allowed the Dark Star Temple to obtain a large number of god-tier treasures. He had made a great contribution. If there was no conclusive evidence and only some rumors, there would be no way to convict him. However, if Yixing died, there would be no way to prove whether he had killed Shuizi. There was no proof. Of course, Shuang wanted to kill Yixing on the spot. The baleful wind star form made the baleful sword light as fast as lightning. It only took an instant for it to appear and fall. No one believed that Yixing would be able to dodge this attack, and no one believed that he would be able to block it. However, Yixing's speed was not something that an ordinary quasi-god could compare to. When Shuang took out the divine sword, Yixing immediately attached arrow will to his body. The azure cloud wings appeared on his back, and he instantly traveled through the void. Whoosh! The baleful sword light slashed at the challenge platform. Yixing's figure instantly appeared 100 miles away, standing in the void. Yixing traveled through the void so quickly that the inner disciples did not notice that Yixing had left the challenge platform in the blink of an eye. However, as a quasi-god, Shuang was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of the void. He clearly knew that Yixing had dodged the sword. One breath later, Yixing was already several hundred li away from Shuang, standing at the same height. In the inner sanctum of the Dark Star Divine Palace, the Forbidden Flight Array could restrict martial artists below the quasi-god realm from flying more than 30 meters above the ground. However, it could not restrict Yixing. Although he was an 8-star king, his mastery of 3 great Daos of heaven and earth had reached the minor completion realm. His mastery of arrow intent was at the peak of the space-binding realm. The aura he exuded was even stronger than that of an average quasi-god. Moreover, the azure cloud wings were already a divine artifact and a divine-grade flying treasure. It had the ability to shatter the restrictions of the void. Even though Yixing was only an 8-star king, he could still fly 30 meters above the ground. Shui Ying's pupils shrank. He attributed Yixing's speed and Yixing's ability to fly 30 meters above the ground to the flying artifact behind him. The value of a divine artifact was comparable to a mid-grade divine artifact. It was an extremely precious treasure to a quasi-god. Shuang wanted nothing, but Yixing did. This caused Shui Ying's killing intent to soar. If he killed Yixing and obtained Yixing's belongings, it was not impossible. As long as the disciplinary hall did not require him to hand over Yixing's belongings, they would naturally belong to him. Die! Shuang roared. With a single step, he covered several hundred li. His low-grade divine sword carried a terrifying sword baleful astral light as it shot forward. Almost in the blink of an eye, Yixing was once again faced with a fatal attack. It was only when Shuang charged at Yixing again that the inner disciples realized that Yixing had dodged the attack. Their faces were filled with shock. Yixing did not dodge Shui Ying's attack. He had already drawn the azure sandalwood divine bow and condensed a pale white flame arrow. The moment the sword baleful astral light shot out, Yixing released the bowstring and the flame arrow shot out. Boom! The flame arrow collided with the sword baleful astral light, releasing a heaven-shaking explosion. A terrifying destructive ripple spread out from the point of explosion in all directions like a ball. The shockwaves from the clash of quasi-gods were simply too great. The formations of the Dark Star Sacred Hall immediately reacted and activated on their own, suppressing the destructive shockwaves. Otherwise, the shockwaves alone would have been enough to shatter the earth and topple the mountains. With a loud explosion, the sword baleful astral light was destroyed layer by layer. The flame arrow pierced through the sword baleful astral light and continued to shoot toward Shuang. The inner disciples couldn't help but rub their eyes. In this exchange, Yixing was actually the stronger one. Shuang hurriedly recalled his divine sword. After the flame arrow pierced through the sword baleful astral light, its strength was greatly weakened and Shuang blocked it with his sword. Even so, the terrifying strength still forced Shuang back 100 meters. Shuang was flabbergasted. He had never imagined that Yixing's archery would be so powerful that it was even a level higher than his. It was on par with an attack from a quasi-god of Nirvana. Who, just as Shuang was panicking, an invisible strength suddenly descended and locked onto Shuang. The void around him instantly froze. The blue sandalwood divine bow condensed a pale white flame arrow once more. It locked onto Yixing and a powerful spatial binding force enveloped Shuang. Whoosh, the flame arrow instantly left the bow and shot out, piercing through the void. Shuang erupted his strength to the limit and barely managed to break free from the spatial binding force. He didn't have time to dodge, so he could only use the Big Dipper Fiend sword art to resist. Bang! The sword baleful astral light was instantly scattered and the flame arrow pierced through Shui Ying's left arm. Shuang immediately screamed out in pain and was sent flying back several thousand meters. In the blink of an eye, the left arm that was struck by the flame arrow was completely pulverized. Even the flesh and blood couldn't be stopped. It wasn't until a breath of time later that the terrifying strength dissipated and Shui Ying's left arm regrew. But, his vitality had been consumed by 20 to 30%. This left Shuang panic-stricken. Whoosh! Shuang followed the strength of this arrow and quickly fled. He didn't dare to stay. With Yixing's archery skills, several arrows would be enough to take his life. Yixing didn't chase after him. Shuang wanted to kill him because he wanted to take revenge for his little brother. If Yixing killed Shuang, it would at most be considered revenge. He wouldn't be able to escape the death penalty, so he could only teach Shuang a lesson. Otherwise, the arrow just now wouldn't have hit his arm, but his head or body. That arrow would have consumed all of his life force, and he would have died in a single shot. The inner court disciples all looked at Yixing, dumbfounded. Yixing had actually defeated Shuang and forced Shuang to flee. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, an inner court disciple defeating a core disciple hadn't happened for a full 600 years. After a brief moment of shock, the inner court disciples began to discuss. An inner court disciple defeating a core disciple. Since Shui Baotong from 600 years ago, this hasn't happened again. I really didn't expect Yixing to have such heaven-defying strength. He's only an 8-star king, but not even a 1 Nirvana quasi-god is his match. 600 years ago, Shui Baotong was able to defeat a 1 Nirvana quasi-god and was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Astral Sea realm. Yixing is only an 8-star king, so he's even more heaven-defying. An 8-star king defeating a 1 Nirvana quasi-god hasn't happened for tens of thousands of years. 10,000 years ago, when the Divine Emperor was still an inner court disciple, an 8-star king defeated a 1 Nirvana quasi-god. Chapter 894. The battle between Yixing and Shuang had caused such a huge commotion that even the array formations of the Dark Star Divine Palace were triggered, so it naturally attracted the attention of the upper echelons. The main peak of the Dark Star Divine Palace was more than 10,000 feet tall, and its peak pierced through the clouds like a paradise. At the top of the main peak was a magnificent palace that was both the main hall of the Dark Star Divine Palace and the Imperial Palace of the Dark Star Divine Kingdom. In a room behind the main hall, the Dark Star Emperor, True God Dark Arrow, sat with a book in his hand. He withdrew his gaze from the inner sect of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Next to True God Dark Arrow was a middle-aged eunuch. He had a respectful expression, but his eyes were fierce. He was clearly an expert. True God Dark Arrow was tall and straight. Even sitting, he was still as imposing as a mountain. He put down the book in his hand and said, "Gao Man, bring that disciple called Yixing here." "Yes, Divine Emperor." Gao Man bowed and disappeared from the room like the wind. True God Dark Arrow's gaze fell on the book in front of him. There were 5 ancient words on the cover of the book, Astral Shift. True God Dark Arrow raised his hand and rubbed his head, sighing. The art of yin and yang, reversing the universe, shifting the stars, changing the heavens. It's truly mysterious. It's a pity that this emperor can obtain such a wondrous art, but this emperor can't find the person with the supreme astral form. Sigh. Dark Star Divine Palace, Inner Sect, a group of deacons from the Hall of Penal Laws arrived above the Inner Sect. The deacons of the Hall of Penal Laws were all quasi-gods, and the leader was a quasi-god of 4 Nirvana. The quasi-gods all gave off monstrous auras. The quasi-god 4 Nirvana locked his gaze on Yixing and roared, "Let's go." Inner Sect disciple Yixing has disrespected the rules of the palace and injured core disciple Shuang. The Hall Master of Penal Laws has ordered us to capture Yixing. Yixing, surrender. Yixing frowned slightly. He knew that if he killed Shuang, there would definitely be no way out. He didn't expect that just injuring Shuang would alert the punishment hall. Senior brother Shuang was clearly the one who wanted to kill senior brother Yixing, and senior brother Yixing was forced to fight back. Why did the Hall of Beheadings arrest senior brother Yixing instead? Immediately, the inner disciples began to discuss among themselves. In the beginning, they were hostile towards Yixing, a nameless junior who challenged Kongpeng. Even though Yixing defeated Kongpeng, most of the inner disciples refused to accept him. However, when Yixing defeated the core disciple Shuang, the inner disciple's attitude changed. An inner disciple defeating a core disciple was a great honor, and the inner disciples were proud of it. Of course, they would stand on Yixing's side. When the quasi-god for Nirvana saw that Yixing wasn't moving, he barked, "Yixing, why aren't you surrendering? Do you want us to make a move?" Yixing knew that since he refused a toast, he would have to drink a forfeit. In any case, he hadn't done anything wrong and had performed meritorious deeds for the Dark Star Temple. The Punishment Hall upheld the rules of the Dark Star Temple and wouldn't allow anyone to distort the truth, so it didn't matter if he went to the Punishment Hall. Yixing said, "I'll go with you." Whoosh! At this moment, an invisible ripple spread out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble as they felt a terrifying pressure. The quasi-gods in charge of the Punishment Hall all fell from the sky and landed on the ground, leaving only Yixing standing in the air. Besides Yixing, there was also a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. He was none other than Gao Man, the eunuch who served the Dark Star Emperor. In front of the Dark Star Emperor, Gao Man's head was lowered and his expression respectful, but at this moment, he was puffing out his chest and looking down on everyone. The quasi-gods of the Punishment Hall and the countless inner sect disciples were all ignored by Gao Man. His gaze was fixed on Yixing alone. "By the Divine Emperor's decree, I summon Yixing for an audience." Without waiting for Yixing's reply or consent, Gao Man waved his hand. Yixing felt the world turn upside down as he and Gao Man vanished from the sky. The quasi-gods in charge of the Punishment Hall and the inner sect disciples stared at the empty sky, dumbfounded. On the Dark Star continent, there was only one Divine Emperor, and that was the Hall Master of the Dark Star Temple and the Emperor of the Dark Star Divine Kingdom. His title was True God Dark Arrow. This Hall Master God Emperor was a legendary figure in the Dark Star Temple. He was a peerless genius who had broken countless records in the Dark Star Temple. His strength far surpassed that of the previous Divine Emperors. Under his leadership, the Dark Star Divine Kingdom, which had been the weakest of the three Divine Kingdoms in the Flowing Light world, had become the #1 faction. 10,000 years ago, when he was still a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, he had blossomed with incomparably resplendent light, sweeping through his peers and undergoing 9 nirvanas. 9,000 years ago, he ascended to the position of True God and took over the position of Hall Master and Divine Emperor. Even for True God experts, he was a rare figure in the Dark Star Temple. If they were not summoned, they could not meet him. For martial artists below the True God level, the Dark Star Emperor was a legend. Inner sect disciples had little hope of meeting a True God expert, let alone the Dark Star Emperor. Seeing that Yixing had been summoned by the Dark Star Emperor, they were naturally dumbfounded. When the void around Yixing returned to normal, he was already at the peak of the main peak of the Dark Star Temple. In front of him was an immortal palace surrounded by white clouds. It was boundless and ethereal, like a fairyland. "Let's go!" Tai Lan and Gao Man shouted softly and took the lead to enter the palace. Yixing followed closely, but his mind was racing. Why did the Dark Star Temple Master want to meet him? After thinking about it, it should have nothing to do with the Supreme Star form. Others could not detect the Supreme Star form. Even Reincarnation Sovereign could only see that Yixing had the saint-level vermilion bird star form and did not see the Sagittarius constellation or the black hole star form. The Dark Star Emperor was only a true god and naturally could not see it. Moreover, Yixing and the Dark Star Emperor had never met before, and the latter had never seen it before. Although I defeated Shuang and attracted the attention of a true god expert, the Dark Star Emperor is not an ordinary true god. It is unlikely that he would summon me because of this. There should be other reasons that attracted his attention. After thinking about it, it should be related to the Heavenly Bao continent. Luo Tiangong was also an expert at the limit of a true god. The treasures he left behind should not be limited to those in the Heavenly Bao Palace. As for me, I am related to the real treasures that Luo Tiangong left behind. Yixing thought quickly. In the blink of an eye, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he could only think of one possibility. After entering the immortal palace, Yixing's vision suddenly widened. He could not see the end of the palace in front of him, left and right. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. However, in front of him, left and right, there were 9 huge pillars that pierced the sky. This immortal palace was the same as the Starry Palace. It was a spatial treasure. There was another world in the palace, and it was not as big as it looked from the outside. At the end of the 2 rows of pillars, there was a table and chair that shone with golden light. It was suspended in the clouds above. A tall man sat on the golden chair, exuding endless power. This person must be the Dark Star Emperor. As expected, Gao Man entered the immortal palace and bowed to the tall man sitting on the golden chair. Reporting to the Emperor God, Yixing is here. Chapter 895. Yixing stepped forward and cupped his fists in a disciple's salute. Disciple Yixing greets the palace master and the divine emperor. The Dark Star Emperor had 2 identities. One was the palace master of the Dark Star Divine Palace, and the other was the divine emperor of the Dark Star Divine Kingdom. In front of a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, he was naturally the palace master. The disciple was addressed as the palace master and the divine emperor. He only needed to salute as a disciple. If he had finished his apprenticeship, he would need to salute as a subject. The Dark Star Emperor's eyes were like lightning. His gaze fell on Yixing, as if he had seen through Yixing. After looking for a while, the Dark Star Emperor nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. The Dark Star Divine Palace hasn't had a genius disciple like you for a long time. You may rise. Yixing straightened his body. He was neither servile nor overbearing. If he had not seen the reincarnation sovereign, he would definitely be excited when he saw the Dark Star Emperor. However, Yixing had seen the martial Tao Supremes before. Although he did not see the other party's face clearly, he did meet him face to face and even spoke to him. Naturally, the excitement he felt towards the Dark Star Emperor decreased. It was like an ordinary person suddenly meeting a rank 1 high official. Naturally, he would be excited. If he met the Emperor first and then met a rank 1 high official, his excitement would naturally decrease. The Dark Star Emperor continued to size up Yixing. You broke the seal left by the Heavenly Bao True God in the Heavenly Bao Palace. The essence blood of the archery True God also flows in your body. It should have been left by the Heavenly Bao True God. It seems that you have obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Bao Divine Palace and cultivated in seclusion for 15 years in order to achieve such achievements. Yixing nodded. The Palace Master and the Divine Emperor are wise. I have indeed obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Bao True God. However, I have not obtained all the inheritance of the Heavenly Bao True God. I have to wait until I become a 9-star king and enter the Heavenly Bao continent to obtain it. The Dark Star Emperor's expression was normal, but his tone was doubtful. If that's the case, why did you return to the Dark Star Divine Palace now? Wouldn't it be more convenient to cultivate to the level of a 9-star king and obtain all of True God Tiangong's inheritance? Yixing said, Disciple knows that the Dark Star Divine Palace has the Star Origin Pagoda, which can increase the cultivation speed of kings. Disciple will return to the Dark Star Divine Palace and become the number 1 inner disciple, which will greatly shorten the time needed to break through to the 9-star king realm. The Dark Star Emperor nodded his head slightly, agreeing with Yixing's reasoning. Yixing, as a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, the Dark Star Divine Palace has brought you from a mid-tier continent to the Dark Star mainland, accepted you as a disciple, and nurtured you with great effort. Whatever you have gained in the Heavenly Bao continent is naturally your own luck. However, you cannot forget about the Dark Star Divine Palace behind you. Previously, when you unlocked the Heavenly Bao Palace's seal, you handed over 50% of your gains to the Dark Star Divine Palace. That was a good job, and the Dark Star Divine Palace's nurturing of you was not in vain. Yixing understood the meaning behind the Dark Star Emperor's words. He nodded his head and said, Disciple will remember the kindness of the Dark Star Divine Palace. The next time I enter the Heavenly Bao continent, I will still hand over 50% of all the inheritances of the Heavenly Bao True God to the Dark Star Divine Palace as a thank you for nurturing me. The Dark Star Emperor smiled slightly. Do you know that the Heavenly Bao True God had entered the Star's secret realm and obtained a great opportunity? Yixing nodded his head in agreement. The Dark Star Emperor continued, the star's secret realm was left behind by the Supreme Being. All the items obtained from the star's secret realm are of great use to the Dark Star Divine Palace. If you obtain any treasures or inheritances related to the star's secret realm in the Heavenly Bao continent, you are not allowed to hide them. Do you understand? Yixing said, disciple understands. The Dark Star Emperor waved his hand. You may leave. Gao Man, send him back. Yes, Emperor God. Disciple will take his leave. After the two of them finished speaking, Gao Man brought Yixing and walked out of the palace. The Dark Star Emperor flicked his finger and a dark shadow flew out. It was like a meteor piercing through the sky. It was unimaginably fast. In an instant, it entered Yixing's body from behind. Yixing did not notice it at all. When they were outside the palace, Gao Man used the void shift technique again. In the blink of an eye, Yixing was sent to the inner sanctum area. On the main peak of the Dark Star, in the Immortal Palace. The Dark Star Emperor revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had hidden a part of his will of soul in Yixing's body. He could sense every move of Yixing clearly. When the Dark Star Emperor was young, he had also entered the Heavenly Bao continent. Other than a divine weapon, he had gained nothing. However, a disciple from a mid-level continent had actually obtained the inheritance of Luo Tiangong. This really puzzled the Dark Star Emperor. He had hidden a part of his will of soul in Yixing's body so that he could sense every move of Yixing at any time. When Yixing entered the Heavenly Bao continent again in the future, he could use his will of soul to sense everything that Yixing had experienced in the Heavenly Bao continent. After returning to the inner sanctum, Yixing went straight to the Star Origin Tower. Yixing did not lack divine weapons or divine weapons. The only thing he needed was the effect of the Star Origin Tower to speed up his cultivation. Now that he was the first in the inner sanctum, of course, he had to make good use of the benefits of being the first in the inner sanctum. He entered the third level of the Star Origin Tower to cultivate and increase his cultivation speed by 3 times. In the Dark Star Godly Palace, other than the outer sanctum and inner sanctum area, there was also the core area, the central area and other places. It covered a vast area of more than 10,000 miles. The core area was where the inner sanctum elders and core disciples resided. Every inner sanctum elder had their own mountain, and the area of several hundred miles was their private territory. True Flame Peak was the mountain of the inner sanctum elder Shui Nan. He had dozens of quasi-god disciples under him. The Shui family martial artists who entered the Dark Star Godly Palace enjoyed the benefits of being in a favorable position. As long as they became quasi-gods, they would all become Shui Nan's disciples. Shui Nan had lived for more than 10,000 years, and his mentality was old. He did not care much about Shui Zi's death in the Heavenly Bao continent. However, the quasi-god disciples of the Shui family were still young, and they were very angry. Currently, there were 3 quasi-god disciples in the Dark Star Godly Palace, Shueli, Shui Baotong, and Shuang. Among them, Shueli was the oldest. He was already over 900 years old and was a 4th Nirvana quasi-god. Shui Baotong was over 600 years old and was a 5th Nirvana quasi-god. Shuang was over 100 years old and was a 1st Nirvana quasi-god. On the day that Yixing challenged Kong Peng, only Shuang was in the Dark Star Godly Palace. Now, Shueli and Shui Baotong had received Shui Ying's message and returned to the Dark Star Godly Palace. Shui Zi was Shui Ying's younger brother, and Shuang was only 100 years old. He was very young, and could be said to be hot-blooded. Shuang was most concerned about Shui Zi's death. Shui Ying's killing intent towards Yixing was very strong. Hu Yanlong would not fabricate the cause of my brother's death. It must be Yixing who killed my brother. Furthermore, Hu Yanlong was killed by an arrow that suddenly appeared in the Heavenly Bao continent. It must be Yixing who killed him to silence him. Senior brothers, we cannot let this matter rest. Shueli was more than 900 years old, and his mentality was the most balanced of the 3. He did not care much about Shui Zi's death. However, because of Shuang, he was implicated. Shueli said, if it was just an ordinary disciple, we could use some tricks to kill him. However, Yixing was summoned by the palace master Shenhuang. This is not ordinary. Besides the true god elders, how many people in the Dark Star Godly Palace have the fortune to meet the palace master Shenhuang? In my opinion, it's best not to offend the palace master Shenhuang. Chapter 896. The Palace Master Divine Emperor was a legend in the Dark Star Divine Palace. Yixing had been summoned by the Palace Master Divine Emperor. Shui Baotong was a genius among the quasi-god disciples, so he did not dare to go against the will of the Palace Master Divine Emperor. However, seeing how unwilling Shui Zi was, Shui Baotong knew that if Yixing did not die, Shuang would not be relieved. As members of the same clan and disciples under Shui Nan, there was still some affection between them. Moreover, Yixing had killed a Shui family disciple, which made Shui Baotong unhappy. Shui Baotong thought for a moment and said, Yixing has been summoned by the Divine Emperor. It is impossible to kill him in the Dark Star Divine Palace. However, if he leaves the Dark Star Divine Palace, there is a chance that any martial artist will die outside. At that time, it is not impossible to kill him. Shui Ying's eyes lit up. That's right. If Yixing leaves the Dark Star Divine Palace, there will be a chance to kill him. At that time, I will have to rely on you too. On the third floor of the Star Origin Pagoda. The rich star Yuan Qi was so condensed that it was visible to the naked eye. Inside, the star Yuan Qi would drill into one's body even if one did not use a cultivation technique. If one used a cultivation technique, the star Yuan Qi would be rapidly absorbed like a river. Yixing sat in the middle of the cultivation room, fully circulating the highest level of the mystic peak grade falling star art. His body was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the star Yuan Qi around him. The rich star Yuan Qi gathered around Yixing, forming a vortex visible to the naked eye. Yixing's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Time passed day after day. Soon, a month had passed. Yixing did not receive any challenge and continued to cultivate on the third floor of the Star Origin Pagoda. He would not give up until he became a 9-star king. Even quasi-god Shuang had been defeated by Yixing. This news had spread throughout the inner sect. Other than the disciples who hadn't ventured out yet, all the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, regardless of whether they were inner, outer, or core disciples, knew about the Arrow Emperor Yixing's sect. Even the high and mighty true god powerhouses had heard of Yixing. After all, other than defeating Shuang, Yixing had also received an audience with the Divine Emperor. There was no doubt that the Arrow Emperor, Yixing, was the most famous person in the Dark Star Divine Palace during this period of time. Everyone knew who he was. Yixing's strength was so strong that the inner disciples only had a deep respect for him. No one dared to challenge him. After all, no inner disciple believed that they had the strength of a quasi-god. Therefore, Yixing did not need to leave the Star Essence Tower at the beginning of each month. If no one challenged him, he would still be ranked first in the inner sect and could continue to cultivate on the third floor. Time passed quickly. Month after month, year after year, Yixing remained on the third floor of the Star Essence Tower, cultivating in seclusion. Yixing refined and absorbed a huge amount of star Yuan Qi, causing Yixing's cultivation base to continuously consolidate and improve. After more than 3 years of accumulation, Yixing's cultivation base finally reached the stage of breaking through the silkworm to become a butterfly, making a qualitative breakthrough. On this day, the star Yuan Qi in the entire Star Essence Tower went berserk. Even outside the Star Essence Tower, countless star Yuan Qi were attracted by an invisible force from all directions and gathered together. A huge star Yuan Qi vortex appeared in the sky above the Star Essence Tower, hanging upside down like a funnel. An endless stream of star Yuan Qi poured into the third floor of the Star Essence Tower. The cultivation room on the third floor was already filled with astral Yuan Qi. Yixing was at the center of the astral yuan qi. Not only his meridians, but even the billions of pores on his body were madly absorbing the astral yuan qi, breaking through to the 9th level of the astral sea realm. The whole process lasted for an hour. The star yuan qi vortex in the sky had thinned out and finally dissipated. However, a terrifying aura was emitted from the 3rd floor of the Star Essence Tower. In the cultivation room on the 3rd floor, Yixing stood up. His cultivation base had already broken through to the 9th level of the astral sea realm, becoming a 9-star king. In the starry crescent land, he was an existence worthy of being called an emperor. Yixing's astral wind had another qualitative breakthrough. When he was a 7-star king, he had already cultivated the black level top-grade falling star incantation to the limit. The strength of his astral wind was no weaker than that of a 9-star king. Now, Yixing's astral wind continued to strengthen after 2 breakthroughs. Compared to a 9-star king's astral wind, the strength of his astral wind was 2 levels higher. It was almost comparable to that of a first nirvana quasi-god who had already undergone the nirvana tribulation. Yixing clenched his fist. He felt that every part of his body was filled with terrifying power. Every move of his was filled with a vast divine power that could move mountains and fill seas. After becoming a 9-star king, I can finally enter the heavenly Bao continent again and obtain all the inheritances of true God Tiangong. Furthermore, I can enter the star's secret realm and search for the treasures left behind by the star sovereign. Yixing's mind spun. He was extremely happy. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The Dark Star Emperor immediately sensed Yixing's breakthrough. Like Yixing, the Dark Star Emperor also revealed a look of joy. True God Tiangong was a legend in the flowing light world. He was the strongest among the true gods. Even the Star God Emperor was interested in all the inheritances left behind by true God Tiangong. Especially when true God Tiangong had obtained a great opportunity in the star's secret realm. When the Dark Star Emperor was a 9-star king, he had also entered the star's secret realm but did not obtain much. The Dark Star Emperor had always wanted to know what kind of great opportunity true God Tiangong had obtained in the star's secret realm. Now, he finally had the hope of finding out. His soul would follow Yixing into the heavenly Bao continent. He would be able to sense everything that Yixing had experienced clearly. The Dark Star Emperor was like true God Tiangong in the past. He had stopped at the limit of a real god. He wanted to become a martial arts supremacy but he did not even have a direction. He was anxious to know some secrets of the star's secret realm so that he could peek into the path of becoming a martial arts supremacy. After leaving the Star Origin Tower, Yixing met up with Feng Xiaoxiao and the other disciples from the Starry Crescent Land. In the past 3 years, many outer disciples had broken through and become inner disciples. Feng Xiaoxiao had even become a 6-star king. According to Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhuo Fifan had even broken through to become a 6-star king. He had become the first disciple in this batch of disciples, other than Yixing, to become a high king. Feng Xiaoxiao and Zhuo Fifan were the most outstanding geniuses among Yixing's batch of disciples. However, under Yixing's brilliance, they seemed to be overshadowed, in the teleportation hall of the Dark Star Divine Palace. There was a level 7 teleportation formation here. Its powerful energy was enough to teleport one to any area in the Dark Star continent. However, the level 7 teleportation formation consumed a lot of energy. Unless it was an emergency, the Dark Star Divine Palace would not activate it. Yixing left the Dark Star Divine Palace through the level 6 teleportation formation and arrived at the city closest to the entrance of the Heavenly Bao continent. Then, he continued to use the teleportation formation in the city to arrive at the entrance of the Heavenly Bao continent. Chapter 898. The Dark Star Emperor took a step forward and disappeared from the main peak's immortal palace, traveling through the void at an extremely fast speed. There was a huge gap between a quasi-god and a true god. Even a 6 nirvana quasi-god could only travel tens of thousands of miles by teleporting through the void. A true god could teleport up to 1 billion miles away. An ultimate true god like the Dark Star Emperor could teleport up to 1 billion miles away. In other words, as long as the Dark Star Emperor was willing, he could teleport to any place in the Dark Star continent other than the sealed space. Moreover, he could teleport to anywhere he wanted. As for the sealed space, it was not something that could be teleported to. It had nothing to do with distance, such as the star's secret realm. Near the entrance of the Dark Star continent to the Heavenly Bao continent, Shui Baotong, Shui Li, and Shuang were shocked when Yixing said that the Emperor God was here. When they turned back to look, Yixing had used the black hole astrology and shrouded them in the world of darkness. Just as they were shocked, the sudden darkness shocked the three of them. They did not see that Yixing had used the astrology and thought that the Dark Star Emperor was really here. The sudden darkness was the Emperor God's doing. Therefore, when Yixing traveled through the world of darkness and went around them, the three of them did not react in time. In a breath's time, Yixing arrived near the entrance of the Heavenly Bao continent. Usually, the void door to the Heavenly Bao continent was hidden and could not be seen by martial artists. However, Yixing had the Heavenly Bao order and could clearly sense the void door. He rushed into the void door directly. The black hole astrology in the sky disappeared immediately, and so did the world of darkness. While Shui Li and Shuang were still in shock, Shui Baotong realized that Yixing had disappeared. Whoosh! A spatial vortex appeared, and a terrifying pressure came out of it. In the blink of an eye, a person walked out of the spatial vortex. This person was tall, and he was dressed in a black brocade robe with 9 golden dragons embroidered on it. He wore a crown with 5 pearls on it. He was the Divine Emperor of the Dark Star Divine Kingdom, as well as the Palace Master of the Dark Star Divine Palace, True God Dark Arrow. As soon as the pressure came, Shui Baotong and the other two were pressed down to the ground from the sky. The terrifying pressure made it impossible for them to move. The Dark Star Emperor's divine eyes were like torches. Naturally, he could see the void gate that was hidden in the void. At this moment, his divine eyes were burning with rage. Yixing had the supreme astrology, but he had gone to the Heavenly Bao continent through the void gate. He had left a wisp of soul will in Yixing's body, which was under his surveillance at all times. Yixing had escaped right under his nose. The Dark Star Emperor had asked Yixing to go to the Heavenly Bao continent because he wanted to know what kind of opportunity true God Tiangong had obtained in the star's secret realm. His goal was to find a way to break through to the supreme level. However, he only needed to move Yixing's supreme astrology into his body. Then, it would be possible for him to become a supreme-level martial artist. If he had known that Yixing had the supreme astrology, he would not have asked Yixing to go to the Heavenly Bao continent. Damn it! Damn it! So, this little guy has the supreme astrology. I have miscalculated, I have miscalculated. The Dark Star Emperor roared in his heart. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the hidden void gate. He slammed his palm down. Boom! The entire space collapsed. The void gate also shattered into nothingness. The terrifying power was transmitted through the space of the void gate and reached the distant Heavenly Bao continent. The collapsed space was reformed under the rules of heaven and earth and returned to normal. However, the void gate that connected to the Heavenly Bao continent had been destroyed and no longer appeared. The Dark Star Emperor retracted his palm and took a deep breath. After all, he was not an ordinary person. Even though he had lost his composure, it was only for a moment before he calmed down. The Dark Star Emperor thought to himself, although Yixing has entered the Heavenly Bao continent and I can't do anything to him, he will return to the Dark Star Temple after obtaining the inheritance of true God Tiangong. Why should I be so agitated and destroy the passage that connects the Dark Star continent and the Heavenly Bao continent? Without this void gate, Yixing would not be able to return to the Dark Star continent from the Heavenly Bao continent. What should I do? The Dark Star Emperor blamed himself. It had been a long time since he had lost his composure. However, this was related to the supreme astrology and whether he could become a supreme martial artist. It was reasonable for the Dark Star Emperor to be agitated when he saw the opportunity slip through his fingers and reach a level that he could not control. Damn it! If I had known this would happen, I would have come here earlier. He would not have been able to escape from me. Damn it! The Dark Star Emperor regretted it very much. Then, the Dark Star Emperor waved his hand and shattered the Void Gate. His figure disappeared and he left the Dark Star Continent and headed to the starry sky where the Heavenly Bao Continent was. As for Shui Baotong and the other two, they were like 3 ants in the eyes of the Dark Star Emperor. From the beginning to the end, the Dark Star Emperor did not even look at them. It was only when the Dark Star Emperor left that Shui Baotong and the other two felt the invisible pressure disappear and their bodies regained their freedom. The 3 of them looked at each other and their faces were full of fear. The Dark Star Emperor shuttled through the Void Gate and teleported billions of miles in the blink of an eye. Soon, he arrived in the vast starry sky. In front of him was a huge continent floating in the Void Gate. It was the Heavenly Bao Continent. Outside the Heavenly Bao Continent, there was a layer of translucent space barrier that enveloped the entire continent. It was a barrier that separated the continent from the starry sky. Only a true god powerhouse could forcefully pass through it and travel between the various starry sky continents and the extraterritorial starlands. However, the Heavenly Bao Continent was not an ordinary extraterritorial starland. True god Tiangong had set up a terrifying method here. The entire Heavenly Bao Continent was covered with a formation prohibition and it had its own set of rules. Even a true god powerhouse could not ignore this set of rules and forcefully enter the Heavenly Bao Continent. Unless one had absolute power and could destroy all the methods that true god Tiangong had left behind. Although Yixing would return to the Dark Star Continent after receiving true god Tiangong's inheritance, there was a possibility that other accidents would happen and he would never return. The Dark Star Emperor had been searching for the supreme astrology for thousands of years. Now that he had finally found one, he would not allow any accidents to happen. Therefore, the Dark Star Emperor decided to forcefully destroy the formation prohibition that true god Tiangong had left behind and enter the Heavenly Bao Continent to control Yixing Wush. A ray of starlight shot up into the sky. The Dark Star Emperor had used his astrology. It was a huge star that was emitting moonlight. On the star, there was a huge wolf shadow that was howling at the sky, emitting a fierce aura. Saint-level astrology, heavenly wolf astrology. There were 3 types of saint-level astrology. One was an attribute type, such as the green dragon astrology, vermilion bird astrology, etc. One was a weapon type, such as the heavenly sword astrology, heavenly blade astrology, etc. One was a fierce star type, such as the heavenly wolf astrology, heavenly army destroyer astrology, etc. Chapter 899. When attribute astrology was combined with martial arts, it could greatly increase the power of martial arts. When weapon astrology was combined with weapons, it could greatly increase the power of martial arts. As for ominous star astrology, it could increase the power of both martial arts and attack. It was the most terrifying of all. Therefore, ominous stars were generally known as demon stars in troubled times. The appearance of one would be accompanied by a rain of blood. The Dark Star Emperor had experienced many bloody storms in his life. He wasn't a direct descendant of the Mo imperial clan, but a side branch. His status was inferior to that of the direct descendants. But among the direct descendants of the same generation, a peerless genius had appeared. His talent was monstrous, and he wasn't much inferior to the Dark Star Emperor. When the 2 of them were disciples of the Dark Star Emperor, they had progressed side by side, and their cultivations were equally matched. The Dark Star Emperor was only able to suppress his opponent in terms of battle prowess. At that time, the previous God Emperor had reached the end of his 30,000 years of life, and a new God Emperor had succeeded him. Although the Dark Star Emperor was able to suppress that direct descendant genius in terms of battle prowess, the majority of the true god powerhouses of the Dark Star Divine Kingdom supported that direct descendant genius as the next God Emperor. Although strength was respected in the world of martial arts, when two people's cultivation and strength weren't too different, their status would still have a great influence. This was especially true in a divine kingdom, where the importance of status was especially important. To that direct descendant genius, the existence of the Dark Star Emperor was always a threat. Therefore, he did everything he could to eliminate the Dark Star Emperor. The Dark Star Emperor's talent was monstrous, and he also had a group of supporters. Although they weren't as numerous as the direct descendant genius, they were all powerful people. With their protection, and the Dark Star Emperor's strength, the Dark Star Emperor had managed to survive the schemes of that direct descendant genius time and time again. After the Dark Star Emperor underwent 9 nirvanas, the situation changed. His wings had fully grown, and he became the #1 expert of the Dark Star Divine Kingdom. Even the older generation of true gods were no match for him. He had far surpassed that direct descendant genius. In the competition for the position of Godly Emperor Dark Star personally ended the life of that direct descendant genius, killed more than 10 true gods who were loyal to that direct descendant genius, and annihilated dozens of 4-star and 5-star clans. In that bloody storm, who knows how many martial artists lost their lives. The birth of an ominous star, a rain of blood and a foul wind, ominous. This was definitely not a lie. It wasn't until the Dark Star Divine Emperor ascended to the position of Divine Emperor and became the supreme ruler of the Dark Star continent that the internal strife was completely quelled. However, they continued to fight with the Radiance Divine Nation and the Star River Divine Nation. After thousands of years of fighting, the Dark Star Divine Nation, which was ranked last, became the strongest force in the flowing light world. At this point, the Dark Star Emperor's life finally calmed down. However, he had been secretly searching for martial artists who possessed the supreme celestial form in order to take the final step and become a supreme martial artist. Outside the Heavenly Bow continent, the Dark Star Emperor, who had used the Sirius celestial form, exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The surrounding void was distorted endlessly, and the space collapsed. Destroy! God King Darkstar bellowed and struck out with his palm. The surging divine power turned into a giant hand that covered the sky. It was unknown how big it was, and it fiercely bombarded the space barrier outside the Heavenly Bow continent. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and terrifying destructive ripples spread out, rushing thousands of miles away in the starry sky. The space barrier of the Heavenly Bow continent, even with the support of the formation set up by the Heavenly Bow True God, made cracking noises. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared and continued to expand. The power of the Dark Star Emperor's palm was extremely terrifying and unstoppable. If it was not for the power of the formation set up by the Heavenly Bow True God, even the space barrier of the Heavenly Bow continent would not be able to stop him, let alone the space barrier of the Outer Star continent. Seeing that the space barrier of the Heavenly Bow continent was about to be destroyed by the Dark Star Emperor's palm, there was a sudden change in the sky above the Heavenly Bow continent. Whoosh! A terrifying aura appeared, and the space barrier emitted a dazzling light. A giant silver divine bow appeared, and there was a divine dragon roaring on the bow. The silver divine bow was pulled by an invisible force, and the bowstring was pulled, condensing into a giant arrow that was 100 miles long. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring in an instant, shooting through the void for 100,000 miles and hitting the giant hand. In an instant, the giant hand was torn into pieces. Silver Dragon Sky Shooting Bow. The Dark Star Emperor stared at the silver divine bow that was 100,000 miles away, and his gaze froze. Luo Tiangong, you're dead, and I'm not alive. It's really shocking that I can't compete with you. If you were still alive, you'd be a strong opponent of mine. It's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. However, you've been dead for 20,000 years, and you've only left behind some tricks. You want to stop me? You're delusional. As he spoke, the Dark Star Emperor raised his hand, and a green divine bow appeared in his hand. There seemed to be a wolf soul in the green divine bow, and it was howling toward the sky. I have a top-grade divine bow too. Let's see if your silver dragon sky shooting bow is stronger, or if my Sirius moon howling bow is better. Sky screen god archery skill. The Dark Star Emperor shouted loudly, and the Sirius moon howling bow was pulled into a full moon. A black arrow condensed, and the void in front of him suddenly turned dark. The entire void seemed to be covered by a curtain. Whoosh! The black arrow shot out explosively towards the heavenly bow mainland. The silver dragon sky shooting bow above the heavenly bow continent sensed it, and shot an arrow at the same time. The two arrows were more than 100,000 miles apart, but in the blink of an eye, they collided together. Boom 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 boom, there were continuous explosions, and the space barrier outside the heavenly bow continent was the first to collapse. Then, layers of formations were destroyed. The silver dragon sky shooting bow was only activated by the power of the formation, but the Skywolf howling moon bow was used by the Darkstar Godly Emperor. Of course, the arrow shot by the Darkstar Godly Emperor was much more powerful than the Skywolf howling moon bow. After breaking the enemy's arrow, it also broke through several layers of formations. A smile appeared on the Darkstar Emperor's face. Unless True God Tiangong was still alive, no formation set up by True God Tiangong would be able to stop him. Although the Heavenly Bow continent was vast, and there were many formations and restrictions, the Dark Star Emperor was able to break through all of them. As long as he broke through a passage in the Heavenly Bow continent, the formations and restrictions of the Heavenly Bow continent would be completely divided into two halves, and there would be an imbalance. At most, the Heavenly Bow continent will cease to exist in one day. That little guy won't be able to escape from my palm. The Dark Star Emperor's lips curled up slightly, and he thought to himself. Yi Xing had just teleported to the Heavenly Bow continent when he felt the passage behind him collapse. Then, the Heavenly Bow order shone brightly, and it enveloped Yi Xing as he teleported through the void, and he appeared directly in the Heavenly Bow palace. Whoosh! Ingui descended from the sky and landed in front of Yi Xing. He looked at Yi Xing excitedly. You've become a 9-star king. Chapter 902. Facing the Dark Star Emperor's arrogance, Godly Emperor Xing He and Godly Emperor Guang Guang could do nothing but feel indignant. The two of them looked at each other and prepared to leave. They did not want to stay here and watch the Dark Star Emperor suffer. Divine Emperor Darkstar suddenly stopped and said, "Wait a moment, you two." The Radiance Emperor was furious. He snorted coldly, "What? Do you want to keep us here?" The Dark Star Emperor retracted his disdainful expression and said seriously, "No, I'm asking for your help." The Dark Star Emperor would need close to a day's time to destroy the Heavenly Bow continent's formation by himself. Through the monitoring of his will of soul, he found out that Yi Xing would be heading to the Star Secret Realm in 6 hours' time. Obviously, this would cause the Dark Star Emperor to miss nothing. Since Yi Xing had entered the Star Mystery Realm, no one knew what would happen. The Dark Star Emperor naturally wanted to capture Yi Xing as soon as possible and control him. With his strength, even if he used all his trump cards, he would only be able to speed up the process by 2 to 4 hours. Therefore, he could only ask Godly Emperor Xinghe and Godly Emperor Guang for help. Seeing the change in the Dark Star Emperor's expression, the Godly Emperor Xing He and the Godly Emperor Guang Guang were slightly surprised. They thought to themselves, what is the reason for the Dark Star Emperor to be so impatient to break the Heavenly Bow mainland's forbidden formation? Naturally, the two of them could not guess. However, they were happy with the Dark Star Emperor's request. Godly Emperor Light sneered, "Dark Star Emperor, you'll need our help someday, hee hee." The implication was clear, you want me to help you? Dream on. Godly Emperor Xinghe smiled coldly. His expression was similar to Godly Emperor Radiance's. How could the Dark Star Emperor not know what the two of them were thinking? Although he despised the two of them, he did indeed need their help to break through the Heavenly Bow continent's restrictive spell and capture Yi Xing within 6 hours. Therefore, the Dark Star Emperor had no choice but to temporarily put down his pride. The Dark Star Emperor said, "I will give you a reward." If you help me break through the heavenly bow continent's restrictions as quickly as possible, each of you will receive a high-grade divine artifact. For true gods, the treasures they usually used were high-grade divine grade. Top-grade divine grade treasures were treasures that could only be chanced upon and not sought. In the three temples, they were the most important treasures. The superior divine treasure that the Dark Star Emperor had taken out was already the best treasure he could offer. As for the temple guardian treasure, he naturally couldn't give it to others. In the entire flowing light world, there were at least several hundred true gods. However, there were less than several hundred high-grade divine level treasures. At least 20 to 30% of the true gods did not have a high-grade divine level treasure. From this, one could see how precious a high-grade divine level treasure was. However, Godly Emperor Xinghe and Godly Emperor Radiance weren't ordinary true gods. They were the godly emperors of their respective countries. They even had low divine grade treasures, so why would they care about a high divine grade treasure? Godly Emperor Radiance sneered, a high-grade divine level treasure. Are you trying to send a beggar away? Dark Star Emperor, you can have fun here. Just pretend that we were never here. Godly Emperor Radiance and Godly Emperor Xinghe looked at each other and were about to leave. The Dark Star Emperor said, 2 each. Even some true gods didn't have a high-grade divine level treasure. Although the Dark Star Emperor had more than one, it wouldn't be too many. 2 high-grade divine level treasures per person, that would be 4. It was a huge price to pay. However, Godly Emperor Radiance and Godly Emperor Xinghe weren't tempted. With a wave of their hands, the space in front of them shattered and they were about to teleport. The Dark Star Emperor shouted, 5 each. The Dark Star Emperor only had slightly more than 10 high-grade divine level treasures on him. Giving 5 to each of them meant giving away 10. Losing 90% of his treasures in an instant was akin to cutting his flesh and dripping blood. However, the Dark Star Emperor didn't even frown when he thought about capturing Yi Xing, obtaining the highest level of astrology, and having a chance to become a supreme. If he could become a supreme, what was a high-grade divine level treasure? The space vortex disappeared, but Godly Emperor Xinghe and Godly Emperor Radiance didn't disappear with it. Instead, they stopped their teleportation. 5 high-grade divine level treasures per person was enough to move them. Although high-grade divine level treasures didn't have any substantial effect on the 2 godly emperors, they were still godly emperors of their respective countries and hall masters. They had many true god experts under them, and many of them didn't have any high-grade divine level treasures. 5 high-grade divine level treasures were enough to equip 5 true gods, raising their strength to another level. Godly Emperor Radiance and Godly Emperor Xinghe exchanged a glance, then turned to the Dark Star Emperor at the same time. Give them the treasures first, then we'll act. The Dark Star Emperor waved his hand and 10 high-grade divine level treasures flew towards the 2 godly emperors. There were divine weapons, medicinal pills, forbidden weapons, all kinds of treasures. Godly Emperor Radiance and Godly Emperor Xinghe acted at the same time, snatching the most valuable treasures. In the blink of an eye, they each had 5 treasures. Godly Emperor Xinghe snorted. He was a bit slower than Godly Emperor Radiance, so the most valuable high-grade divine level medicinal pills were snatched away by Godly Emperor Radiance. The Dark Star Emperor only cared about giving out 10 high-grade divine level treasures. He didn't care how the 2 godly emperors divided the treasures. Seeing the 2 godly emperors take the treasures, he said, hurry up and act quickly. Don't take the rewards without doing anything. This emperor isn't that easy to fool. Go all out and break the formation as fast as you can. The higher the status of a cultivator, the more they cared about face. They would never break their promises. Godly Emperor Xinghe and Godly Emperor Radiance were godly emperors of their respective countries. They were even more particular. Since they had received their rewards, they naturally went all out. Godly Emperor Xinghe used the saint-level Azure Dragon Celestial aspect. He took out a high-grade divine spear and performed the high-grade divine martial art, galaxy world-destroying spear technique. With a thrust of the spear, the space collapsed and the formation was broken. Godly Emperor Radiance used the saint-level saint-light celestial aspect. He took out a high-grade divine sword and performed the high-grade divine martial art, Radiance Divine Sword Technique. The sword energy was like a ray of light. Wherever it passed, the space was cut into two. Its breaking effect was even better than Godly Emperor Xinghe's. With the three Godly Emperors working together, the effect of breaking the formation was not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. It was multiplied several times. In less than 6 hours, it was enough to destroy the entire Heavenly Bow Continent's formation. If the three of them went berserk, the time would be shortened by a lot. Godly Emperor Xinghe and Godly Emperor Radiance maintained their full strength. They didn't slack off, but they didn't go berserk either. On the other hand, the Dark Star Emperor was as fast as he could. He kept burning his divine energy and his strength was beyond his usual. In just about 3 hours, 70 to 80% of the Heavenly Bow Continent's formation had been broken. The rest would be destroyed in another hour. The Dark Star Emperor was overjoyed. If Yixing left the Heavenly Bow Continent after 6 hours, he wouldn't be able to escape from the Dark Star Emperor's grasp. However, what the Dark Star Emperor didn't expect was that after only an hour, Yixing had stopped cultivating. The star energy in his body had finished transforming. Chapter 903. The Heavenly Bow Continent was facing the joint attack of the three Emperor Gods. Ingui was also very anxious. Seeing Yixing stand up, Ingui's eyes lit up. Yixing, you have completed the transformation? Yixing opened his god's eyes of Void Breaker and saw the three real gods attacking the Heavenly Bow Continent. The Heavenly Bow Continent could not hold on for much longer. Yixing retracted his gaze and nodded with a smile, I have completed it. Senior Ingui, how can I go to the Star's secret realm? Ingui said, in the Heavenly Bow Palace, there is a restriction formation that leads to the deepest part of the Star's secret realm. You only need to use the Sagittarius constellation to activate it. Alright. Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation with a thought. The inner palace of the Heavenly Bow Palace immediately sensed it. Dense formation runes appeared in the void. It was an extremely complicated teleportation formation. Kacha, the coffin in the inner palace suddenly made a soft sound and a figure floated out of the coffin. Ingui immediately flew toward the figure and said excitedly, Master. The figure was real god Tiangong. Yixing also hurriedly bowed. Senior Heavenly Bow. Real god Tiangong nodded at Ingui and his gaze fell on Yixing, my last wish has finally been fulfilled. Young man, you are very good. This teleportation formation will send you to the deepest part of the Star's secret realm and you will start the core trial of the Star's secret realm directly. I wish you good luck in obtaining the true inheritance of Star Sovereign and the method to become a supreme martial artist. As he spoke, real god Tiangong waved his hand and the silver dragon heaven shooting bow that was fighting with the Dark Star Emperor disappeared from the sky of the Heavenly Bow Continent and appeared in real god Tiangong's hand. Then, real god Tiangong waved his hand and the silver dragon heaven shooting bow flew into his hand. Real god Tiangong's figure started to fade and he continued, Go, the silver dragon heaven shooting bow is a treasure that I obtained from the Star's secret realm. May it accompany you and bring you good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, real god Tiangong's figure completely disappeared. Real god Tiangong had already passed away for 20,000 years and he had only used a special method to seal a bit of his consciousness. Now that the seal had been removed, he naturally wouldn't exist for long and he would vanish from the universe. Plus, it was because the consciousness was too small that real god Tiangong didn't notice the willpower of soul that the Dark Star Emperor had left in Yixing's body. If real god Tiangong was still alive and Yixing was in front of him, real god Tiangong would definitely notice. At the same time that real god Tiangong's figure disappeared, the teleportation formation in the inner hall took effect completely. Yixing was instantly pulled into the dimensional void and he was shuttling through the void at an extremely fast speed in the teleportation tunnel. No. The Dark Star Emperor knew that Yixing had left the Heavenly Bao continent and headed towards the star's secret realm, and he roared furiously. Originally, Yixing was a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Moreover, the Dark Star Emperor had noticed this disciple and summoned him once. If he wanted to capture Yixing then, it would be a piece of cake. However, fate made fools of people. At that time, the Dark Star Emperor didn't know that Yixing possessed the supreme astrology. By the time he found out, it was already too late. Yixing had already entered the Heavenly Bao continent. In order to control Yixing, the Dark Star Emperor didn't hesitate to destroy the entire Heavenly Bao continent. He didn't hesitate to take out 10 upper-grade god-level treasures and asked Emperor Xinghe and Emperor Guang to attack together. For the past 20,000 years, among all the treasures that were produced in the Heavenly Bao continent, there wasn't a single upper-grade god-level treasure. The total value of all the treasures produced couldn't be compared to the 10 upper-grade god-level treasures that the Dark Star Emperor had taken out. The Dark Star Emperor had paid such a huge price, but he still couldn't get what he wanted. Seeing that the Heavenly Bao continent's prohibition formation was about to be completely destroyed, Yixing once again changed his location and escaped from his control. Moreover, the place that Yixing headed to this time was the Star's secret realm. That was the real forbidden area of the real gods. In the Heavenly Bao continent, the Dark Star Emperor could still use force. However, in the Star's secret realm, the Dark Star Emperor couldn't do anything at all. Trying to break open the Star's secret realm by force? Not to mention one Dark Star Emperor, even 10 Dark Star Emperors or 100 Dark Star Emperors working together wouldn't be able to break through the Star's secret realm. Martial Dao Supremes were more than just a little stronger than real gods. It was like the difference between a mortal and a god. Once Yixing entered the Star's secret realm, he was completely out of the Dark Star Emperor's control. Other than waiting, the Dark Star Emperor couldn't do anything at all. After paying such a huge price for nothing, how could the Dark Star Emperor not be angry? He started to attack randomly. Emperor Xinghe and Emperor Guang quickly stopped and retreated far away. The current Dark Star Emperor was almost crazy. Both of them felt a little scared. After a few breaths, the Dark Star Emperor finally calmed down. Emperor Xinghe asked, "Dark Star Emperor, are we still going to break the Heavenly Bao continent's prohibition spell?" The Dark Star Emperor had nowhere to vent his anger. He blamed the Heavenly Bao true god for not being able to catch Yixing. Looking at the Heavenly Bao continent in front of him, the anger in his heart grew stronger. The Dark Star Emperor shouted, "Break! I want this star's secret realm to be completely destroyed and disappear forever." In just 2 breaths, Yixing passed through the space tunnel and appeared in a vast starry sky. Below Yixing's feet, there was a huge meteorite. It was bare and still in the starry sky. In front of him, there was a void. In the distance, there were countless stars. Among them, from the nearest to the furthest, there were 3 stars that were especially bright. Beside Yixing, there was a slight ripple in the void. A man in a red robe appeared. The man in the red robe had exquisite facial features, as if he was a sculpture. He was unbelievably handsome. Yixing's reaction was not weaker than that of a beginner quasi-god. However, he did not sense the handsome man in the red robe who had suddenly appeared. The handsome man in the red robe sighed, "It's been 20,000 years. Finally, someone has come to the last level of the stellar hall." Hearing the voice, Yixing realized that there was someone beside him. He was shocked. Yixing immediately stepped back. He looked at the handsome man in the red robe and asked, "Who are you?" The handsome man in the red robe also looked at Yixing. "I'm the weapon spirit of the stellar hall, Xing Chen. For millions of years, only a few people have been able to come to the last level of the stellar hall. It's really lonely. Junior, you have to work hard. Don't be like those useless people who couldn't even pass the first level." It was the real Stellar Hall's weapon spirit and not the imitation weapon spirit of Stellar Hall that Mr. Tortoise had. Even the silver dragon sky shooting bow that real god Tian Gong had left behind was a supreme grade divine weapon. As Stellar Hall was a treasure of Stellar Hall, it was definitely a supreme weapon of a higher grade. The weapon spirit of the supreme weapon, Yixing, was in awe. Junior Yixing greets Senior Xing Chen. Xing Chen nodded slightly. He looked at Yixing with a joyful expression, a supreme-grade imperial body, 2 supreme astrological aspects, and the chaos whole astrological aspect that can devour others' heaven's will to improve the grade of your own astrological aspect. TSK. Yixing, you are the most talented person I've seen in the past millions of years. It seems that you have hope of passing the test. Chapter 904. Yixing's expression suddenly turned into shock. Even reincarnation supremacy did not see that he had a supreme celestial form. However, the weapon spirit star could see through it at a glance. It was unbelievable. Moreover, the weapon spirit star recognized Yixing's supreme celestial form. The supreme celestial form that he had always called the black hole celestial form was not called the black hole celestial form, but the chaotic hole celestial form. What shocked Yixing even more was that the weapon spirit star had explained the functions of the chaotic whole celestial form. Devouring other people's fates and absorbing energy to strengthen the celestial form was Yixing's most crucial trump card. It was what he relied on to compete with any genius. The weapon spirit star smiled faintly at Yixing's reaction. You don't have to be so nervous. The Star Palace is a world of its own. As the weapon spirit, I can do anything. You can't hide any secrets from me. Not only can I see your celestial form, but I also know that there is a true god of archery's soul will in your body that is monitoring your every move. Yixing was shocked. The true god of archery's soul will. The weapon spirit star raised its hand, and a ray of light was sucked out of Yixing's body. It was a small figure that looked exactly like the Dark Star Emperor. The weapon spirit star squeezed its hand, and the figure was crushed into nothingness. Knowing that the Dark Star Emperor's soul will was in his body, Yixing's doubts were finally resolved. It seemed that the Dark Star Emperor had attacked the Heavenly Bao continent because of Yixing. Before Yixing entered the Heavenly Bao continent, he had used the Supreme Celestial Form, the Chaotic Whole Celestial Form. Since the Dark Star Emperor's soul will was in his body, the Dark Star Emperor must have known about it at that time. Yixing was terrified when he thought about the soul will hidden in his body that was like a pair of eyes that were constantly monitoring him. Yixing hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Star. Thank you, Senior Star. Xing Chen waved his hand and said, I haven't moved for millions of years, so I'm really lonely. If you can complete the test, you can take me everywhere in the future. That would be the greatest gratitude. Yixing said confidently, Junior will do his best to complete the test. The device spirit nodded with a smile. This is the last level of Star Palace. It's the final test left by Star Sovereign. There are 3 tests in total. Do you see the 3 brightest stars in the sky? There's a test on each star. Only after passing the test on the first star can you proceed to the next star. If you pass all the tests on the 3 stars, you'll get the real legacy of Star Sovereign. Yixing had already noticed the 3 brightest stars in the sky. His eyes were filled with excitement. Then, Star took out a token and handed it to Yixing. The time limit for each test is 60 years. If you don't complete the test after 60 years, you'll be automatically teleported out of the star's secret realm. If you encounter any life-threatening danger during the test, you can crush the token and give up on the test. You can be teleported out of the star's secret realm directly. Yixing, are you ready? Yixing took the token and said, I'm ready. Xing Chen waved his hand. Then, the test begins now. Remember, only after you complete the first test will you be able to see the rest of the path. There will be no instructions for the test. Everything is up to you. Go. A void passage appeared in front of the meteorite. It led to a faraway place and connected to the nearest shining star. After the weapon spirit star finished speaking, it disappeared without a trace. Yixing bowed respectfully in the direction where Star Artifact Spirit Star had disappeared. He then entered the void tunnel and flew forward. In the void passage, there was a void current. Yixing flew along with the void current. He could travel tens of thousands of miles in one breath. His speed was more than 10 times faster. Even so, the distance between him and the first shining star was still terrifyingly far. Yixing didn't know how many billions of kilometers he had to fly for 5 days to reach it. It was a real star. It was a round planet. It wasn't a square continent like Yixing had seen before. No matter where Yixing had been before, whether it was the star continent or the outer realm star continent, they were all square continents. They weren't round planets. Only the astrological signs, except for some special signs, were round planets. Moreover, there was one more thing that was different from the star continent Yixing had been to. There was no space barrier around this planet. Instead, it was protected by an atmosphere. Beyond the atmosphere was the starry sky. Compared to the outer realm star continent, which was millions of miles in radius, or the star continent, which was tens of millions of miles in radius, this planet was very small. Yixing's god eyes could easily see through the entire planet. It was less than 100,000 miles in diameter. There was only one continent on the planet's surface. It took up about 30% of the planet's surface. The rest of the planet was an ocean with some small islands scattered in the ocean. Yixing stood outside the atmosphere. First, he used his god eyes to check the entire planet. He checked both inside and outside. However, he didn't find any clues leading to the next star. He also didn't know what the test on this planet was. After a while, Yixing shifted his focus to the continent. There were many ferocious beasts living in the ocean. On the continent, there were many humans. Although the continent was only 30% of the planet's surface, it was still tens of thousands of miles in radius. There were hundreds of millions of humans living there. After observing for a while, Yixing had a rough understanding of the human society on this planet. The humans here also practiced martial arts. The strongest martial artist was a quasi-god. The king realm was very common. The entire continent was unified by a divine dynasty called the Dawei Divine Dynasty. Yixing stood high in the clouds and looked down at the earth. His god eyes were everywhere. After a while, he had a rough idea of the Dawei Divine Dynasty's system. The Dawei Divine Dynasty was different from any other regime Yixing had seen. It was a dynasty with absolute centralization of power. The emperor was the emperor, and civil and military officials ruled the world. It was a bit like the feudal dynasties on Earth. The regimes that Yixing had seen in the various star continents in the martial arts world were all authoritarian. The sect forces maintained the regime and the large and small sect forces ruled the world. However, the Dawei Divine Dynasty didn't have any sect forces. It only had the government and the imperial court. Yixing guessed, the ocean is vast but there are only countless ferocious beasts. It shouldn't have much to do with the test. There are many humans on the continent and the Dawei Divine Dynasty has unified the world. Could it be that the first test has something to do with the Dawei Divine Dynasty? There were no hints in the first test. The test depended on oneself. Although Yixing understood a lot with his god eyes, he still didn't have a clue. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.